What's up, YouTube fam? Want to welcome you to the Lil J Show. Hope everybody is having a wonderful and lovely day. Hope it's going absolutely amazing for you guys. First up, I want to say rest in peace to Nolan Wells, Tyler Smith, Daniel Erving. I want to say rest in peace to them, those, and love and condolences to the family. So I hope everybody's doing okay this afternoon. I appreciate you guys tapping in with me. Uh, I want to start out with a few things that I seen on Instagram, and then we're gonna talk about the I guess the little situation that just popped up. They said that the nursing board is actually doing an investigation on Nolan Wells's mother. It's because I guess they said it's because she hadn't showed up to work. She's been off of work. But what do you expect? This lady has she's going through a lot. And usually, like, when most jobs, when you're going through something like that, they will tell you, take as much time as needed. But why are they giving this lady such a hard time? Just because she's trying to find out what happened to her son. I mean, this is terrible. Are they actually trying to cover up something? Well, this is how you can tell that something is being covered up. Because why would her job try to do an investigation, or the nursing board try to do an investigation on her because she hasn't been to work, knowing the situation that that's happening? I know they know what's going on. She informed her job. I really thought she had her own business, but if she didn't, I'm pretty sure she informed her job. They've been keeping up with the news. They know what's going on. So why are these people giving her a hard time like this? But we're gonna get into it. There's a couple of YouTubers, content creators that made some videos on it. We're gonna check them out as well. But I want to start out with this right here because they are doing a national prayer rally August 18th at 7 p.m. And it says Greater St. John AME Church, fit, is at 551 Division Street, Biloxi, Mississippi, 395-330. Says live from Mississippi. I wonder if they're gonna um have it on social media as well for the people that can attend. But they're having a national prayer rally for Nolan Wells. I guess they said this would be uh maybe this is the month that he would be turning 19, or I'm not sure, but it just says Nolan Wells should be turning 19. I don't know if that's the day, if that's his birthday or not. Does anybody know? But they are doing a national prayer rally August 19th, 7 p.m. Greater St. John AME Church, 551 Division Street, Biloxi, Mississippi, 39530. So I wanted to start out with that first to inform people that maybe haven't seen this post. And also, there's some Colin Kaepernick. I seen a post on him. It's not just towards, this situation, Nolan Wells, which we know he was involved in this. That he did. I don't know if he donated. Maybe he did put some money in, but he had something to say. He made a post. I don't know if he was somewhere talking, but there's a post I want to watch what he said. And let's see what else we got going on. Oh, this lady here. But First, I want to see, have y'all seen this video? Okay. My bad, my bad. The thing isn't, the sound's not playing. Let me see if I can get this sound to go back. Hold on. Always does that. All right, now we should be able to get it. All right, I'm gonna restart this. This is crazy right here. It said, "Imagine if the black cop wasn't there." So I wonder what would happen if the black cop wasn't there. So let's check it out. I'm gonna have to replay it. The sound wasn't playing. My bad.
You saw that? No, he went into the building. He gave out grab him. You saw that? Yes, David. Look at your bitch. You handle my brother. Everybody saw that. Yes, because you. And it's on the camera. It's on camera.
Notice how the white officer was getting aggressive, ready to throw hands, throw him on the ground, and abuse his power. And how the black officer was trying to defuse and de escalate the situation, basically saying that wasn't necessary. It just goes to show you who have more compassion, who have more resistance in these situations. Not all the time cops have to abuse their power and start beating the suspect like they crazy or unalive them by pew-pewing them, and this video show exactly that. You can clearly see the hate and the fucking anger within that white cop. He really wanted to get at that dude. And this black officer, honestly, he deserves a fucking award. But we all know after this little incident is over, he would now be blackballed by the whole entire police force. Those white cops are not going to look at him as like he's the enemy or protecting the enemy. All because he didn't let that racist, ignorant fuck beat the hell out of that black man. This is the take of being black. You can't win or lose in these situations. You either got to sit there and act like you don't see a racist white man beating the hell out of an innocent black man, or you got to step up to the plate and defend the black man like that brother did and risk losing your job or being fucked with after this. And we know by the route that he chose, he will now become a target within his job force and probably get transferred to a whole nother police station for not allowing that racist to be racist.
Yeah, he's right about that. He's absolutely right about that. You know, he probably will be blackballed or something's gonna happen to him. But they, I don't know what it is about these police officers when it comes to dealing with black men or black people in general. Here in Georgia, they had this white man. They did it was a standoff at his house in the city north of Georgia, and I guess he had his wife hostage or something like that. But he started. They surrounded the house. He started unloading on them, and they stayed there for like almost 8 hours until they was able to talk him out of that house. Now, on the other hand, they pulled over a black man, and just because he was going to reach for his insurance paper, they unloaded on him. So, I mean, there's a very big difference when it comes to these police officers dealing with us blacks, compared to the white people. Like I said, man, they had a hostage and the white guy, he was unloading. I think he was trying to really unalive one of those police officers. And they sat there and talked him down. They sat there on that house for 8 hours until they was able to get him out of that house. But they took him into custody alive. That's crazy. This lady right here, I've been listening to some of her stuff too. She looks like she could be one of them, man, but she's actually standing for us, man. She's been trying to talk a lot about this Nolan Wells case. And actually I guess she's talking about what happened with how the nursing board is trying to investigate the mother, but Let's listen to her right quick.
I wanted to take a second and kind of ponder a few more things with y'all. Really bringing up the Nolan Wells case again, because I'm not going to stop running my mouth about that until his mama and his daddy get answers. So I just figured I'm not in a great place emotionally right now, but I can't imagine where his mama's at emotionally. So I'm going to carry a little bit of this burden with her. And I just figured I'm going to ponder a few things and let y'all kind of help me think through some of this. So when it comes to Nolan's case, this is where I have questions, because I've said before that I followed the Murdaugh case pretty closely, watched every documentary on it, you name it. And one of the things that fascinated me about the Murdaugh case was the amount of technology that really helped paint a picture of the crime. Like the GPS on the vehicle, the like Maggie's phone, where they could pull up and see like when her lock screen was like activated and taken down, and like how many seconds it was activated or whatever, or if it was like facial recognition versus like putting in the password. And those details were crazy. And I remember there was even like a detail in that case where I guess he like threw a phone out. Somebody threw a phone out in a ditch, and the phone report log showed like how many minutes, how fast the phone was going, how many minutes it laid down, like face down, and then like when the lock screen was prompted. Okay, so this is where I'm at with that. If we could get all of that in the Murdaugh case, why can't, like, have we subpoenaed the phones of all the other people that were there on Horn Island that day? And did we subpoena them to a point where, like, we got all of that information? Because at this rate, you can't have too much information. There's no answers. And suddenly, everybody's got amnesia and lawyered up and has no social media. So, can we, like, can it be, have their phones been subpoenaed? If they haven't, can they be? And like, if we could find out that kind of information with the Murdaugh case, why don't we know more with all of those people involved? The fact that there's still no arrest, in my opinion, and it's been a month, is crazy. These were adolescents. So, I mean, even if there wasn't great service, they had their phones on them. All of them had their phones on them. And I just feel like subpoenaing those phones, you could get text messages amongst them. There's so many things, you know, that you could get that you don't even realize.
His girlfriend, his son, the Murdaugh, the son, his friend's girlfriend died in that boating accident. And they were trying to get one of the friends to say he was driving to keep the guy from getting in trouble, the lawyer's son. And he was talking to them and trying to tell them to say certain things and everything. They would have covered that up. It's just the fact that that boy was not going for it. That was dating the girl that died. He wasn't going for it, so they weren't going to cover. There's no way they could have covered that up. But had it been somebody else on that boat that passed away, they probably would have covered that up. So I'm gonna listen to Colin Kaepernick. I'm talking too fast. Listen to Colin Kaepernick, what he has to say. It has nothing to do with Nolan's case, I believe, but it was something he was speaking somewhere. And I want to listen to what he has to say before we get into this investigation of Nolan's mom. Hold on.
We get to decide and change and rewrite history. The history in front of us, the history that generations to come are going to look back upon. They're going to look to all of us and they're going to say, what did you do in this moment? Where were you? What actions did you take? And we have the opportunity to change the direction of history. We have control over that. We do not have to be passive. We do not have to be spectators. We get to decide and change and rewrite.
So I was reading some of these comments. So somebody asked him, how much? I know how much it cost you to take that knee all those years ago, and I do not mean monetarily. Whatever. He said, I was there. I watched. I was proud. I cried. I remember. I will never forget, and I will continue to teach my children to do the same. And he says, thank you for your encouragement, tenacity, endless love of heritage, kindness, human rights, and most of all, strength too. I can't get to the other one, but I mean, he did, man. He put his whole career on the line. Just for this justice. He felt like, hey, he had to take a stand. And there was a lot of people that did it. Was a few people that did it with him until they started trying to make examples of people, and then they was like, "Nah, my career is more important." But he still with it. He stuck with it, and they shunned and put him out. Took his football, the NFL. He was out of there, and he's still being an activist, and that's good, man. He's really standing for it. But I'm fixing to let's start it. Let's talk about Nolan Wells' mother. So this post says Mississippi Board of Nursing opens the investigation of Nolan Wells' mother due to anonymous complaints. Now I know one of them said that they were doing an investigation because she was missing a lot of days. So I don't know what it is. It could be all of it, but being put here, I couldn't see all of it. Even when I went to his page, I still couldn't see. This is her page, but he wrote this. He said 1 month ago, Christine Wells Wonsley lost her son Nolan. Now someone is trying to take her nursing license anonymously without the courage to put a name on it. This is an intimidation. This is a warning shot meant to silence a grieving mother who is simply asking what happened to her child. We will not let it stand. Christine served her patients for years without a single complaint to the board. The only thing that has changed is that she's asking questions. And I couldn't get to the bottom, but I went. It's the same thing on her page. Even if when she did it, when I went to her page, I think that was no. This is her. This is his too. So this one was hers. Yeah, this one was hers, but it still wouldn't go all the way. But it says it cut it off at the end. I wanted to see what the rest of it says, but I couldn't get to it. But yeah, man, this is terrible, man. They're doing a investigation on her, but I know somebody said that it was due to her missing a lot of work. I don't know, and then they're saying that a lot of complaints. So like the people are leaving bad reviews and they're complaining. I mean, so why are they doing that if they have nothing to hide? Why are they trying to discourage this woman or, just kind of I guess they're trying to take her mind off of it of this of wanting to know what happened to her son, but why are they doing that? If all he did was drown. If that's what it was, why are these people going through all these lengths to do this to her? All she's wanting to know is what happened to her son. She's not playing the race card. She's not putting race in. She just wants to know what happened. And if anybody did anything to her son, that's all she wants to know. So LeBron, he I guess he put some money in too. It says they thought dumping the digital evidence in the water would erase the truth. It says that's digital gaps erupt in Nolan Wells' case. LeBron James pledges 100,000 for forensics, uncovering a hidden group chat detail that changes everything. So he's putting in some paper too. That's good. Let me go to YouTube, and it's a couple of content creators. But shout out to this House of Hypocrites. We're gonna start out with him, man. He it's some kind of, I don't know where he got this from. I believe it's a little article in a magazine or some newspaper. But I'm gonna listen to him and see what he has to say about it. We're gonna start out with him. Shout out to House of Hypocrites.
Nursing board has opened up an investigation on Nolan Wells' mom.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
For misconduct. Imagine being a black nurse or nurse practitioner in the United States, and you're grieving against a grieving mother. A park ranger found Wells' body on Horn Island, south of Mississippi. A park ranger found Wells' body, Nolan Wells' body on Horn Island, south of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, 2 days after Wonsley and a friend reported him missing to authorities on the evening of July 4th. When they say evening, it was damn near midnight. Authorities have not concluded whether any foul play led to Wells' death. An independent autopsy conducted in Washington, D.C. last month found Wells' cause of death was undetermined. Pending the results of the official state autopsy, Jackson County District Attorney Angel Percent, I don't even know what the hell that means.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Pursuant to Mississippi Code, annotated, yada, yada, yada. All investigations are confidential and not subject to subpoena or record request. The Board of Nursing statement said the board is legislatively charged with protecting the public and is complaint driven. As such, the board is required by law to investigate any and all complaints filed with the board. Let me tell y'all pussy ass some in the goddamn comments. I know how to read, motherfucker.
Stop the cap.
If you see this screen that I'm looking at and these small ass words that's across the goddamn room, I wouldn't be fumbling under my words.
That's stupid.
So let's get back to it. Muscle up. You know what I'm saying? Suck it up. Pause.
Okay.
Whatever you got to do so you can watch the video, nigga. Y'all.
Hey, I feel him on that. That's why I got these glasses on. Some words on them little screens. I mean, on the screens be them little words. I can't see them either. So I don't usually wear glasses, but when I have to read something, I got these bad boys on. So I feel him on this.
Because I know I'm already knowing it. Y'all know I can edit this out, right? Don't you know that? You know I can edit this out. But let's get back to it. I'm going to keep it in.
Hey, Big Jerry.
Yes, sir.
That's the way you talk to your son.
So I can say, hey, Miss Phyllis Johnson or Phyllis Johnson did something foul to me, and now they open up an investigation. That sounds like a good use of resources. And it might not be any nefarious things. And Crump could be blowing it out of proportion, which is what they want us to think. So he might just be right on, but why would they open up an investigation on the moms? Like that's weird. And who sent in a complaint? We know a lot of these goddamn bigots went to her job website and did all the. That's where it might be stemming from. They probably like, dang, what's going on? Why is she getting all these 1-star reviews? She got 10,000 1-star reviews and she only had 1,000 patients throughout her. You feel me? So somebody took the liberty to file an anonymous complaint. I wonder what that complaint is said. I wonder if they dismissed the investigation, will the family be able to see what that complaint is? The fallout from Nolan Wells' death has also resulted into Arrest of multiple people accused of intimidating and threatening witnesses who saw or were with Wells on island. So they're witnesses now. How are you a witness to something you haven't seen? Hey, make sure you get your black on black love t-shirts. The website.
Okay, shout out to House of Hypocrites. You know, I'm with him too. I mean, why are they sending in anonymous complaints? I mean, if you're gonna complain, why you just can't share your name? And they're doing this for a reason. They are doing this for a reason. They're doing it. They're trying to keep her off her game. All she wants to know is what happened to her son. I mean, what's anybody would want to do that? Anybody with a child would want to know what happened to their child if something like this happened. But they are sitting up here causing problems, I guess, to interfere into this investigation, or maybe think that she's gonna just fly off the handle, or basically just give up. But she's not. She wants to know what happened to her son. And I understand that. I want to look at Lakeisha Keisha. Shout out to Lakeisha Keisha. Like I said,
Hello,
I'm
guys. We
reacting
are
to these
back again.
videos. Um, this isn't my content. I'm just reacting to it. This stuff was this came up yesterday sometime that the nursing board is investigating the mother. And for what, I do not know.
Again, thank you guys for being here. We're gonna not be on here that long, but I wanted to jump on because I just received some information that the barbaric individuals are trying to get Nolan Wells' mother license taken. If you guys don't know, she is a nurse practitioner, which is very odd because Christine, and I learned this from reading posts of her coworkers, that she hasn't even been to work since this happened. If you guys recall, a bunch of these barbaric animals, they got together and wrote a bunch of complaints, but you can't write a complaint on somebody who haven't been to work. That proves that this is fraud. But this is what they do. This is who they are. I'm not surprised. Well, let's kind of get into it because there's now information that, and let me go to my notes here. There's information that Nolan Wells' mom, Christine Wells Wonsley, and attorney Ben Crump fight back against nursing board complaints. Attorney Ben Crump issued a statement after Christine Wells Wonsley, the mother of Nolan Wells, was notified that the Mississippi Board of Nursing has opened a professional misconduct investigation against her based on a complaint. Do y'all want to know who filed a complaint? An anonymous person. Are they kidding? So an anonymous person has filed a complaint against Christine. And we're going to get into the complaint. Because we know what this is.
Before she gets into this complaint, I mean, everybody knows, and I'm pretty sure the nursing board, the people that's on this board, they know what happened to this lady. So why would they take this complaint serious? They should dismiss it because she's going through this. They know what's going on. Obviously, they're getting word somebody's telling them something, and they're going to try to act on it, I guess, because of what's being told to them about this situation, or they're just trying to make things impossible for her. It'd be just something else that she have to worry about. But if she shouldn't take her mind off of what she's trying to get done, or what she's trying to get solved, and that is trying to find out what happened to her son. So none of this stuff right here shouldn't bother her right now. But they're trying to do everything they can. And if it was just a simple drowning, why would they be going through all this stuff right here? This is very unnecessary.
Imagine going through something like this and then being attacked for saying that you want your loved one to have a thorough investigation. If you guys can't read through through all of this, I don't know what else to tell you. This is racism. Yeah, thank you. Systematic racism.
And I'm just wondering, like, they're doing all this right here, but I'm wondering, like, has anybody from where she worked or this nursing board or whatever, has anybody sent over flowers for, her son, even like a card, just a simple card? Has she received any of these things from people like this nursing board or from where she worked? Probably haven't, but they're doing this to her. This
She
is crazy.
cannot or she should not be asking for justice for her son because she's Black. She should just go to the funeral, cry, and move on with her life. She's making too much noise. Okay? Now, this is not what I'm saying. This is what the barbarics are thinking. She's making too much noise. Let's make her life miserable. Yeah, they want her to shut up. Yep, they want her to shut up. We stand with you, Christine. So these people are, filing complaints. And before I get into the complaint, I'm sorry, not the complaint, but before I get into Ben Crump's statement, let me kind of let you guys know how it works with complaints. Now, filing a complaint on, medical professional, people should be able to do that because, things do happen. But in this case, Christine hasn't been at work. And if you guys recall, they were giving her bad reviews, but the reviews that they were giving her, it wasn't even based on her service. It's based on everything but her service. So these people are nasty. And it's important that you know and that you learn this and avoid it at all costs. Black people, sometimes we can't be friends with some of those folks. We can know them and wave, but know that they will never see you how you see you. So let's get into what a complaint is. A report for the Mississippi Board of Nursing, it would generally go to the Mississippi Board of Nursing public complaint portal. Now, the information that is needed would be the nurse details, which includes their name, their license number, and their employer. Incident details, which would include the exact dates and times, the physical location, any case facts, which would include the names of the patients, descriptions of the violations, any witnesses, and also your contact information is optional. So basically, you can submit a fake complaint, unfortunately, because they said you can be anonymous. So we don't know how many anonymous complaints Christine has got, but I feel good in saying that it's all fake and that it's all fraud. And this is these people, these nasty barbarics, this is their way of getting back at Christine. Now, this is a statement released from attorney Ben Crump on this nursing board complaint against Christine Wells Wonsley. And I have it on the screen. Hopefully you guys can read it. Now, this is dated today, August 5th. And it says, nationally renowned civil rights and personal injury attorney Ben Crump issued a statement after Christine Wells Wonsley, the mother of Nolan Wells, was notified that the Mississippi Board of Nursing has opened a professional misconduct investigation against her based on a complaint that was filed by an anonymous person. Nolan Wells was found on Horn Island on July 6, 2026. His case of death remains undetermined, and an independent autopsy, we're still waiting on it. But this says it was inconclusive. It was inconclusive because they didn't provide all of his body parts. Now let's get into Ben Crump's statement. Christine Wells Wonsley was robbed of her son 1 month ago. Almost to the day, she has spent every moment since asking one question. What happened to Nolan? Now someone is going after her nursing license anonymously without the courage to put their name on it. You want to be anonymous because we know you're lying. This is a warning shot at a grieving mother meant to pressure and scare her into staying quiet. But wait a minute. I thought they said Nolan drowned.
Right.
So why does Christine need to be quiet? Y'all understand this is what they do. I mean, I'm not surprised. This is what the barbaric animals, this is what they do. So let's just read along. This is what they do. So this is a warning shot at a grieving mother meant to pressure and scare her into staying quiet. It is a distraction. It is intimidation. And we will not let it stand. We ain't letting it stand. We're not letting it ride. Play with your mammy, but don't play with us. Christine had part of her identity stolen from her the day Nolan died. Now, someone is trying to take another piece of it. This cruelty knows no bounds. I told y'all these are barbaric animals. I told you all this. They're barbaric animals. I'm going to have to come up with another word that's beyond barbaric. These people are sick. Look at the timeline. Christine has cared for patients in Mississippi throughout her career for years of service to her patients without a single complaint against her with the Board of Nursing. Let me read that again. Look at the timeline. Christine Wells Wonsley has cared for patients in Mississippi throughout her career. She has years of service to her patients, and she didn't have one single complaint against her with the Board of Nursing. Did y'all hear that? She didn't have any complaints, stellar work history. Everybody was fine, which is odd because it's not quite not, obvious that you would get a complaint or two. Christine didn't have no complaints, because sometimes, I can be the type of patient that, I just have to have a certain level of service. I don't give everybody good marks, okay? Christine didn't have none. So apparently she met the needs of everybody that she came in contact with because she had no complaints. Then her son was found unalive. We know he was unalived, but this says he was found dead, but we know he was unalive because we heard the audio, the very real audio, by the way. Christine did what any grieving mother would do. She took a leave of absence. Remember, I told you guys that Christine hasn't been to work. She hasn't been to work. Yeah, eye for an eye. That's what I'm talking about. See, when I be on here talking rough, some of y'all be thinking that I'm being mean, but I give people exactly what they give me. Now I'm a nice person.
So I wanna I do it was this guy he put this on Steven and that's cool. I mean he wrote this down and dipped out of here and that's fine. But he says you have the same smoke for the people making death threats to the kids that have been proven they did anything wrong. What about the lies and threats towards Nolan's friends? Okay, we understand that. And that's coming they're bringing that out to the forefront. They're bringing all these what he's saying the threats made to the friends, the threats that's made to their parents is coming out. The news is talking about it. A lot of people on social media is talking about it. But what about the threats and the lies in this right here that's going towards Nolan's parents? This is what we're trying to put out because I've yet to hear TMZ say, "Hey, the mother is getting threats." You know, she's having to change certain settings on her phone. it's not just about those kids, and nobody's saying nothing. Nobody's saying that those kids did anything. We're just looking at all aspects. We're looking at everything, and what's being told from those kids and what they're doing is making them look like they did something, like they had something to do with it. But nobody's saying that they did. So I understand what you're saying, sir. But nobody's blaming those kids. We're all just trying to find out what happened. That's it. And yeah, of course, Ben Crump did not say that they did. Everybody's just trying to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. Ben Crump, I've yet to hear him say that they did anything to him. If he said something like that, can you please send that to me somewhere? Show me where he said that. Everybody's just trying to find out what happened. And the only reason why they're saying that Nolan's family is making it racist is because they brought in Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, which they're activists, and that's what they're known for. All we're trying to find out is the truth. That's all we're trying to find out. That's it. Nobody's trying to say those kids did anything, but it's everything is pointing towards them. That's what we're saying. But we don't know. We don't. I don't
But
know.
Ho, you don't get to play with me either. You never get to take my niceness for weakness because that's when I flip it over on you. Okay. So yeah, the eye for an eye. People need to experience exactly what they putting out. Okay. Don't ever expect for these barbarics to ever understand your pain because they don't care. They don't care. They do not care. The only thing they will understand is an eye for an eye. They will understand that. Okay. Christine's son was found unalived. She did what any grieving mother would do. She took a leave of absence. She hasn't even been to work to bury her child and search for answers. Because I don't understand how she would be able to go back to work anyways after this. She may never be able to go back to that job. Now that we have weirdos, barbarics, racists, you just gonna go file a complaint on this lady. This lady ain't did nothing to you. You are sick. You're sick. Who does this? You're sick. So she took a leave of absence to bury her son to get answers. This is a grieving mother. She don't have answers. She took a leave of absence. And only now, after all that, does an anonymous biatch, but this is an anonymous person, went to the board of nursing to say she was a bad nurse. So I'm just wondering if she was a bad nurse. You didn't figure that out. You just decided to figure it out. Let me just explain to y'all something. I'm a complainer. Like when I seek services from people, I will file a complaint on your ass. But you know what I do? Put my whole name on there because I want you to know it was me. Okay. So you file a complaint, you anonymous individual. I don't like these folks. I'm telling y'all, I don't like these folks. These are barbaric piece of trash people.
Well, I can say one thing though. If they do an investigation, the nursing board or whatever, whoever it is, they're gonna have to talk to her patients and maybe some co-workers. I thought she had her own business. It was my bad. Maybe she works for somebody, but she's gonna have to talk to. They're gonna have to talk to the patients, employees, stuff like that. And I know somebody's gonna have a good enough heart. Some of her patients are gonna have a good enough heart to give her like, no, she was a really good nurse practitioner. No, she was really great. You know, a lot of people may be upset because she took a leave of absence, and some people they are used to just seeing that one person, and maybe they're upset because she's gone. But if they can't understand what she's going through and the reason why she took the leave of absence, they don't need to be her patient anyways.
Who does this? So the lady's son winds up mysteriously dead. And they want her to shut up and go about her life just like the coward they is. Because we're not standing for it. We're going to get answers and we want everybody involved. We want you in prison. Not only do we want you in prison, we want you to be in prison with your children because I feel like it wasn't just the children, it was their parents. See, if the roles were flipped and these were Black people, we wouldn't be doing content on this. We would be doing content on the court proceedings because they would be in jail. We want you in jail. We want all of you in jail because I know it's a bunch of you barbarics. I know it's a bunch of you all. So Christine, she didn't do anything wrong. She took a lead, searched for answers, and now some anonymous loser wants to file a complaint with the board of nursing and say she's a bad nurse. Nothing about her practice changed. The only thing that changed is that she started asking questions. So if Christine was such a bad nurse, I mean, why didn't you file this complaint when you received whatever service? I'm not understanding. It took you until August 5th because you got to understand this happened on the 4th of July. Christine has not, I mean, I would assume she didn't work on the 4th of July because it was a holiday. But after, you look at the timeline of things, she didn't go back to work. So you say she was such a poor nurse, but you're anonymous? Huh. Okay. As she continues to grieve her son and seek answers about what happened to him, she is now also forced to defend her professional record. No family should accept that, and no institution should tolerate it. Attacking a grieving mother's career does not answer the question of what happened to Nolan. We still want to know what happened to Nolan Wells. We ain't changing. We ain't stopping. We ain't giving up. We about to put the gas all the way down. Because we know, listen, here's the deal, y'all. If we started this and thought that something happened to Nolan, but we were not sure, we know something happened to Nolan today.
Mhm.
So this doesn't solve the question. What happened to Nolan Wells? Well, wait a minute. Let me change that. I don't want to say what happened to Nolan Wells anymore. I want to say, what did y'all do to Nolan Wells? I'm not saying what happened to Nolan Wells because based on that audio, I could assume what happened to him, but I want to know, what did you all do to him? What did
See, all these things right here is, everybody. There's a lot of people saying that he just drowned, but all this stuff that's going on, like the inconsistencies of the stories and stuff like this, she's being investigated. Somebody's sending in anonymous tips, leaving bad reviews. This is making it seem like they did something to her child. And she's going through all this just because she's wanting to know what happened. She's not accepting the fact of, oh, he just drowned. They want her to accept that and move on. So whoever did it can just go on with their life, you know, can breathe, go on with their life, not worry about it. But that's not gonna happen. This is the reason why she hired Ben Crump. She wants to know. And he has the ways and resources to find this out. She didn't go to an attorney in that area or somewhere close to the area because they know she probably knows that they would probably be compromised eventually. Same thing with Carmelo Anthony. I don't understand why his family hired some attorneys from that city. I just don't understand it. So I mean, everything that's going on is making them look very guilty, very guilty. Everything that they're doing, and even if they didn't have anything to do with it, is this stuff right here is making it seem like they did. And it's crazy. They shouldn't even be doing that to this lady, man. She's hurting. I mean, they don't understand. They should understand that the things that she's going through, the pain that she's feeling, they're just making it worse. And why? For what? Why are they trying to make her feel worse than what she is now, how she feels just losing her son? Unless they, it was something going on. Something happened that they know about. They're trying to cover up. Let me see. I want to look at this one too. Where's this guy at? All right, this guy right here. So I'm jumping off of this, but I seen this too. I want to. It was something. This guy said something about how. I guess he was saying how white people feel about blacks, and I don't know. I mean, it's a shame that we have to watch things like this. But let's see what he has to say.
Accident, homicide of Nolan Wells. A black commenter said, most white people don't like black people. And a lot of my white liberal friends seemed very upset. They felt like that white people were being mischaracterized, as stereotypes were being applied to people unfairly because all the people in their social circle like black people. And they voted for Kamala Harris and they voted for Barack Obama. Listen, there's a shit ton of white people in this country that voted for Barack Obama and voted for Kamala Harris and have black friends that still don't like black people. Let me explain to you white people, because I know all the black people in here watching already know this, don't you? So for the white people that have hung on this song, let me give you an explanation. You can't like black people and never spend time in black spaces. You can't like black people and never take time to learn about black culture or adjust how you speak to black people so that you are being polite within the confines of their customs, their culture. You can't like black people and not know a single black person's birthday. You can't like black people and never invite a black person into your family gatherings or to come over for the holidays. You can't like black people and never have been in one of your black friends' houses. You can't like black people and leave your only black friend on an island out in the middle of the ocean to catch a ride with someone else on an island full of white people without his cell phone. You might like to hang around with him. You might think he's funny. You might think that they're entertaining. You might enjoy their company. You might be courteous to them. You might be polite to them, but you don't like them if you're not willing to learn about them, if you're not willing to spend time in places that aren't white spaces with black people. That's a hard truth. That is a truth. And I know a lot of you that are white liberals, white allies, think that what we're talking about is stopping lynchings and making sure people have a right to vote, or ending gerrymandering, or letting Colin Kaepernick take a knee, or getting justice for Breonna Taylor, or any number of other people who have been wrongfully killed by the police, persecuted, or celebrating Juneteenth. But that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a toxic virus that is white supremacy that infiltrates every part of our culture. It is so deeply ingrained in American culture that even within the black community, there is colorism and there is white supremacy. Every single person on here that's watching that is black is nodding their head, I guarantee you, when I say that, because they know people in their community that do things that support white supremacy. We have a council person right here in Mobile who used the term black on black crime to talk about an incident between two black people during Mardi Gras. Black on black crime. A black council person in Mobile used that phrase, used the language of white supremacy out loud and let themselves be quoted in the biggest publication in this state, AL.com. White supremacy, we are infested with it. It is not enough that you don't use the N word when you sing along to your hip hop songs and that you repost every time a black person is wrongfully killed by the cops. You need to be having conversations with your friends. You need to be talking about deeper, next level things in terms of white supremacy. You need to be teaching your children how to handle having a black friend and teach them that they don't fucking leave them alone on an island 10 miles out in the ocean without their cell phone. Most white people.
All right. He said it and I didn't.
I mean, he has a point there. He's on it, but I just, whoever's in this chat, I don't know what your race is or anything like that, what you believe, anything. I mean, it really doesn't matter, just as a human being. But if you have children, and maybe that's your only child, and something like this happens, and you just know that it just doesn't feel right in your heart. It just doesn't feel right. It does not feel right. I really want to know what happened. I know my son didn't drown. I know he didn't because he's a very good swimmer. He's in shape. He's in really good shape. So I need to find out. I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to find out, and I want somebody to help me find out what happened to my son. That's what you would be feeling if you didn't feel right. You wouldn't accept what a sheriff told you, and you know that your son can swim, or he was very athletic. You wouldn't accept that if you were looking for your son. You trying to come find out what's going on. His friends aren't really saying anything, and then all of a sudden they come up with the phone, and then his car is somewhere else. You would want to know what happened, because everybody that he went out with came back in perfect health. They were good, but he was the only one that didn't. So I mean, just think about it. If it was your son, what would you do? Would you accept he was he drowned? And what reason? Why would he be in some water that deep to where he couldn't, swim his way back to shore? Why would he go that far out? Anybody with common sense know not to go out that far. If you don't have a life jacket on, if you're not well protected, anybody with common sense would know that. I went out in a lake, and I started going out a little far, and the current just in that lake was tiring me out. That I turned around. I was like, that's it. I came back in. So why would he be in some deep water to where he couldn't get out or swim his way back? It does not make sense. It does not make sense. So I mean, you got to look at it. You got to look at that, man. If that was your child, wouldn't you want to know? And yeah, you gonna ruffle some feathers. You're gonna try to get to the bottom. I don't care who gets mad. You're gonna want to know what happened to your kid. And this is what this lady is trying to do. And you can't get mad at her for trying to find out what happened to her son. So gonna jump into Willie D. Shout out to Willie D. Says woman claims she saw Nolan Wells being jumped. Let's see what happens. Like,
Faith
now
Lauren.
I gotta put this out there. I'm just reacting to this content. It's not mine, as y'all know. Um, this came out yesterday, so I'm just reacting to it. I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all have seen this already, but I want to watch it and I want to react to it. So let's go.
According to Secret Service Sam, there's a woman on TikTok who goes by the name of Faith Lauren who made an interesting statement online. She said that she witnessed the fight between Nolan Wells and a group of people on that fateful day, July 4th, Independence Day, as a matter of fact. Yeah, she said that, you know, basically he was jumped. Yeah, fam, these are her words right here. Now, this has not been confirmed. I haven't been able to confirm her. This, in fact, I wasn't even able to find her TikTok because I searched for it like extensively. I could not find it. Maybe she went dark or something. I don't know. But this is the statement that she made. You can make of it what you will. But as I told y'all, like I'm following all leads. I'm doing what the police should be doing, following all leads, and we're gonna put it out there. And I do believe, like telling these stories, if we keep telling these stories and keep putting it out there, and people keep coming forward and sharing their experiences, I do believe that the truth will eventually come out. There's too many people involved. It's way too many people involved. The truth will eventually come out. Faith
Oh shit, I
Lauren.
feel that way too. I'm sorry, I went back on it, but I feel that way too. Once people start coming out and start seeing that nothing is happening to the people that has came out before, then it'll be more that will come out and start sharing because there was a lot of people out there, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people seeing what happened or how he was being treated if that was the case, you know. But I think they'll start coming forward eventually once they find out that none of these, well, nothing will happen to them. I just hope it's not too late.
Who made an interesting statement online. She said that she Independence Day, as a matter of fact. Yeah, she could not find it. Maybe she went dark or something. I don't know, but this is the statement that she made. You can make of it what you will, but as I told y'all, like I'm following all leads. I'm doing what the police should be doing, following all leads, and we're gonna put it out there. And I do believe, like telling these stories. Uh, if we keep telling these stories and keep putting it out there, and people keep coming forward and sharing their experiences, I do believe that the truth will eventually come out. There's too many people involved. It's way too many people involved. The truth will eventually come out. I'm not saying that this is the truth, but it's coming out. The truth is on the way. So, without further ado, let's get into this statement that this woman named Faith Lauren made on TikTok. I have not spoken publicly about this before, but I witnessed an altercation involving Nolan Wells from a boat nearby. What I saw has stayed with me, and I believe it's important information. I have provided or intend to provide my account to the appropriate investigators because Nolan's family deserved the truth. Out of respect for the ongoing investigation, I won't speculate beyond what I personally observed. I am providing this statement based on what I personally observed. While I was on the boat near the area, I witnessed an altercation involving Nolan Wells and several other individuals. I saw what appeared to be an argument that escalated after there was a dispute involving Nolan's phone. I heard Nolan yelling for his phone to be returned. The argument continued after the group reached shore, and I observed a physical fight involving Nolan and multiple people. I also observed a young woman telling them to stop. At that point, I left the area because the situation appeared to be getting worse. I did not remain long enough to witness what happened afterwards. Everything beyond what I personally observed would be speculation, so I cannot honestly say what happened after I left. I did not remember a physical fight involving Nolan and multiple people. I also observed a young woman telling them to stop. At that point, I left the area because the situation appeared to be getting worse. I did not remain long enough to witness what happened afterwards. Everything beyond what I personally observed would be speculation, so I cannot honestly say what happened after I left. All right, fam, give me a thumbs up if you believe. If you believe this to be an authentic statement, give me a thumbs up. Thumbs down if you say, nah, man, it ain't adding up. I'll give you a few moments to think about it. Okay, time's up. I don't know, fam. What I do believe is something happened. I do believe a fight occurred. There absolutely was an altercation. There was an altercation. And somebody or somebodies killed Nolan Wells. And I do believe he was killed on that boat. That's right, I said it. I believe he was killed on that boat. So all those scare tactics they're using ain't gonna work. You cannot change my mind. There is nothing you can do to change my mind about that. I believe Nolan Wells was killed on that boat by his so-called friend or friends. Yeah, and his so-called friends covered. Yeah, I do believe. And now I believe that the authorities are covering. That's why they're so aggressive about arresting people who are making threats towards or alleged threats towards the friends and not the threats that are being made towards the family. They're not aggressive about arresting anybody. They haven't arrested anybody in connection to making threats towards the Wells or the Wonsley family. They haven't made any arrests in association with threats received by journalists or content creators. They haven't made any threats, even for those people, on behalf of those people who are just simply American citizens who are asking questions online. Yeah, they haven't made any arrests. So what are we supposed to think? You know what I mean? Like, fam, at some point, the jig got to be up. It's got to be up. You got to say, man, well, look like no matter what we do, people just ain't going to buy it. What are you going to do, arrest 1 million people? I think it's a lot more than 1 million people who has an opinion about this case and who believes that Nolan Wells was murdered. I'm sure it's in the tens of millions of people who believe. So I'm not, and when they do things like that, when people are out here making threats against people who are asking questions, or they're trying to belittle and they're criticizing and they're angry at people who are just simply asking questions, that makes me even more suspicious. Like, what do you have to hide? Why are you acting like the criminal, we are accusing the people who you're supporting of being. Like, if we're so wrong, you should be calm about it. You should be calm about it and let the truth fall where it may. So, is your guy innocent or is your guy guilty? Because you're acting like your guy is guilty. Am I making sense, fam? Am I cooking? Come on now, fam. Come on. Come on. This don't make sense to me at all. This does not make any sense whatsoever. An altercation absolutely occurred. I'm not beating around the bush. An altercation absolutely occurred. Man, I'm using common sense. I don't need to wait on no damn autopsy. I don't need to wait on the official report from the DA's office. And what's taking so long anyway? This is a high-profile case. There ain't a case bigger than this case in the entire state of Mississippi right now. So what's taking so long? This is supposed to be all hands on deck. If Mississippi is the polite, law-abiding, God-fearing, loving community and state that y'all say it is, y'all should want immediate justice. And they should be trying to get the citizens of Mississippi back to a certain sense of normalcy as soon as possible. How do you do that? Bring this case to a close by doing everything you can to make sure that you look under every rock for evidence. And if you find it, do your job. If you find it, bring somebody to justice. Try them, convict them, and that's how you put the case behind you and put Mississippi back on track and put people and have some type of level of honor. It's going to be small, because here's the deal. That coroner y'all got over there is questionable. The DA, questionable. So y'all want to make it right, do the right thing. If you want people to talk about you like you're an honest community, do the right thing. Be transparent. Give us some investigation updates. Give the family some investigation updates. Go after the people who are threatening the lawyers for the family. Yeah. What happened to the Civil Rights Division? Oh, that's right. Trump gutted it. So there ain't no, I guess, protection there. I guess they got still got a few little laws left over. But other than that, there's nothing really substantial that you can point to. Yeah, this is one of those cases, fam, that is going to be a nail in the coffin for Mississippi. I think this is another Emmett Till type of situation. All of these years later, Mississippi is still burning.
Hey, you know what I was thinking about and what's so crazy? Shout out to Willie D. I was thinking about, like, usually, like, when stuff like this happens, or any type of situation like this happens in any community, any city, any state, it usually be like maybe a retired police officer or a PI that's in that city, that loves his city, that will come out and say, you know what, I'm gonna try to do what I can to see what happened to this young man, just to try to help the family out. Or an attorney that's in that city. I'm gonna try to work hard with Ben Crumb. We're gonna try to piece this together. Or anybody that's in this that does the little what do they call it? I guess that investigates the cyber attacks or something like that. That's in that city. I want to get to the bottom of it. Let's see. Let's look at these threats that's coming. That's going to the mother, and I'm gonna try to find out who's doing this to her, or that private investigator. I'm gonna try to find out, help the family, that lives in that city. But nobody, there's no attorneys, there's no, and I'm pretty sure there are some retired police officers there, some private investigators in that city, but nobody's coming out. Clip that. But nobody's coming out. Nobody's coming out. Nobody in that city is willing to help this family. All along, while the FBI, and that's true, she is a federal judge. She's a federal employee, understandable. But this lady right here has lost her son. And why are nobody in that city wanting to help this family out? They're having to get people outside of the city, outside of the state to help them out. They're wanting her to the fact, accept that he drowned. And we know that's not the case. We know that by now. It's another one. Let me see. This is it. Oh yeah, yeah. This is one that shout out Willie D again. It's another one that we was talking about. I know that I
County
had
Coroner
hold
Jeremiah
on. I talked about this, what he's talking about in my first live that I did with about this Nolan Wells case. Now, DL Hewley, I watched one of his lives, and he was like bringing up names in the situations that happened to people in Mississippi, but he didn't mention the guy that they found hanging from the tree. I think it was in Cleveland, Mississippi. DL Hewley failed to mention that because they ruled it as a suicide. But how do we know it's a suicide? And why, if it was a suicide, why would he be hanging from a tree? I mentioned this in my live. Now, Willie D is going to talk about it too. It was in Cleveland, Mississippi. I don't understand why they would rule it as a suicide when they found this young man hanging from a tree outside of a college.
Yeah. Whoo, man. Mississippi can't get a break. Or is it us who can't get a break? So, according to the Mississippi Clarion Ledger, Hinds County Coroner Jeremiah Howard told the Clarion Ledger the Jackson Police Department is investigating the death of a woman who was found hanging from a tree Monday night, August 3rd, in the backyard of a vacant home. The Jackson Police Department previously issued a police statement via social media at 9:05 p.m. August 3rd, stating officers responded August 3rd to the 500 block of Road of Remembrance and located the body of an unidentified Black female at the location. Police wrote in the statement that crime scene investigators are working to determine the circumstances surrounding the death. Investigators have not said whether foul play is suspected. Howard told the Clarion Ledger on Tuesday, August 4th, that the woman's body will be transported to the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's office, where an autopsy will be performed to determine the cause and manner of death. No additional information for this case was released by police officials or the coroner's office by the time of this story's publication. The news comes as Mississippi continues to grapple with the death of 21-year-old DeMartravion Trey Reed, a Black Delta State University student who was found hanging from a tree September 15, 2025, on the university's campus in Cleveland. The Mississippi State Medical Examiner ruled Reed's cause of death a hanging and the manner of death a suicide with no foul play suspected. Reed's family pushed back against the examiner's ruling, hiring civil rights attorney Ben Crump to pursue a private investigation. Reed's family said they will promise clarity and closure through an independent autopsy, but have yet to receive the final report. And that was brought to you by Pam Dankins. Now, here's the deal, fam. I covered the Trey Reed case extensively. And so I was privy to some information that many people in the public was not. I saw his body. That photo has not been released. I saw his body. And they tried to make it seem like he hung himself, but his body was bruised. And here's something that you might not know. The same medical examiner, Stacy Turner, who examined the body of Nolan Wells, who sent Nolan Wells' body to D.C. without his lungs and throat, worked the Trey Reed case.
This is what I'm saying. Like I did this. I think it was like 2 or 3 lives ago. I went live and I was talking because DL Hughley was saying, "But what about such and such that happened to him? You know, in Mississippi?" And he failed to mention this guy that they found in Mississippi at that college, and they ruled it as a suicide. And I'm like, how do we know now? Willie D is saying that he's seen the photograph of this young man and he was bruised. And that's what I'm saying. Like this lady, this coroner, whoever she is, it's like she don't care or whatever she got going on, whatever they have going on. I guess they got some type of sign, and I seen that too, where they said, when Nolan Wells, where they found him, when they found his body face down, somebody said that that is a clear indication for the sheriff and whoever else to let them know that these certain types of people did that. This was their work. So this is what I'm saying. I mean, they found his body bruised. It could have been something on his body that made this coroner know that it was these certain type of individuals that did this work. Because why would they just rule that as a suicide? They found this young man hanging from a tree in front of a college. And why would he do that to himself? I don't. I didn't think it would be. I didn't think they would rule that as a suicide, but they did, and then it just got swept under the rug, and nobody was really talking about that when it happened. I think a few people like mentioned it, and that was it. But now he's saying that he's seen the photograph and it was bruises on the body. So we know daggone well what did he do? Beat himself up and then hang himself? That's not right. That there's no way possible.
She also worked the Damian Cameron case and also Shannon Wilson. All black males who she said no foul play was suspected, but all of them suspected of being murdered by white folks. Undetermined, suicide, drowning. They got everything except homicide. She comes up with everything except the homicide. I don't trust her. I absolutely don't trust her. I don't trust nothing about the state of Mississippi. This is going on, family. And this is the arrogance of the killers in Mississippi. This is the arrogance of them. They know that the country is watching this Nolan Wells case closely. They know all eyes are on Mississippi. And they're still killing black folks out there. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Man, how do you know it was a white? Who else get off on hanging folks? That ain't our thing. Black people got a few methods of taking life, but that ain't one. We don't hang folks. That ain't something we do. All right? So, no. They got over 2,000 unsolved lynchings on record in Mississippi. And we're not even talking about, they don't even call them unsolved. They just say they were undetermined, suicide, drowning, hanging, whatever, right? Anything but homicide. Mississippi is no longer burning. Mississippi is toast. Mississippi is trash. Now I know a few of y'all over there are saying to yourself, "Don't talk about us. You can't say that. You live in Texas." Yeah, I live in Texas. Texas trash too. You happy? Texas trash too, like, but where I live now, I got to speak up for H-Town. We're a little different around here. It's a little different. It don't go down like that in H-Town, but there are pockets of this state that are backwards. They're stuck. They're stuck in the mountains. They are uncivilized. There is no other way to put it. They are uncivilized, and they are, they are mixed in with the rest of civilized society. They're blended. And so they're doctors. They're teachers. They're nurses. They're school bus drivers. Hell, they're public transportation operators. They're realtors. They're developers, right? They absolutely are police officers. They're judges. They're prosecutors. They're county court clerks. They're detectives, right? They're painters. They're landscapers.
Hey, but it's just not Mississippi because I seen something on Instagram. It was the other day. Somebody caught one of them guys saying something racist, and they found out who he was. It turned out to be he was some kind of little elementary teacher, and his classroom is probably diverse, but he said something really racist, and they found out who he was, and I guess they ended up getting him fired. But it's not just Mississippi; they are everywhere. Um, but this is crazy, man. I mean, I kind of figured that hanging it wasn't a suicide, and they ruled it as a suicide, and nobody else spoke about it. But I just mentioned this the other day.
They build pools. These uncivilized mutts are everywhere. They own professional sports teams. They own hockey teams, football teams, basketball teams, baseball teams. They own PGA tours. Yeah. Yeah, man. They in deep. They run award committees. Survey office. Permits department. They are commissioners. They are city council members. They are school superintendents. They're principals. These uncivilized mutts are ingrained in the fabric of America. And this is why it's so difficult to mitigate the damage. They're everywhere. I can guarantee you that woman was murdered. And I can guarantee you, based on history, she was murdered by somebody who absolutely was not black. Yeah. The arrogance. But this is why they do it, fam, because ain't nothing stopping them. Why would law enforcement stop them when law enforcement is in on it? That's right. I said it. I know you. I know you. It is the only way that they can get away with doing what they do. It is the only reason why Karen makes the phone call, because she knows that she can weaponize these racist police officers against innocent black folks who are just simply minding their business, trying to go about their business of doing this thing called living. That is the only reason why they make those phone calls. The moment they start making those phone calls and start getting penalized, when they start going to jail for making false police reports, when they start getting fined for wasting taxpayer dollars on these police officers going out making these calls, it's so many crimes get committed all across the city and every city in America every damn day. Their asses need to be out chasing the real criminals instead of trying to come and create a criminal. They're out here trying to manufacture criminals. But really, the criminal is right there in the face. The criminal is the one who's making the 911 call. These Karens got to be brought to heel. The Karens and the Kens. Yeah. It's bad, man. And the trip part about it is they have no shame and they teach that uncivilized behavior to their children. The trip part about it is when they try to act like they're part of polite society. When they try to act like that they are good, wholesome, God-fearing, community-oriented, loving people. When the devil is running all through their blood. Shoe fit Wack. That's who I'm talking to.
Hey, he right about that, and I'm, once again, I know he feel the same way, but the way I feel, I mean, all white people are not bad people, not all of them. It is a lot of them out there that's racist or something, but all of them aren't bad. But then when they look at us blacks, they won't say that. They kind of look at us as all blacks are bad. Like it's something going on. It's got to be something going on about a black person. Like black person can be wealthier than them, driving a nice car than them, anything. It's either gonna be, oh, he's a drug dealer, or he's a rapper, or something like that. It's just gonna be bad when they think of us. But when we look at somebody of other race, we say, hey, you know what? All of them aren't bad. There are some bad ones in there, but all of them aren't. So I kind of see what he's saying, and understand what Willie D is saying. They everywhere, and you can't do nothing about it. And the lady that was on Instagram, she said it. She said she was raised up around it. She was raised up around a bunch of racist people, but she got herself out of it. She trained her mind not to be like the people that raised her. And I applaud her. I give her flowers for that because it is taught. They're not born with it. It's taught. Let me see if I can find a It was something else I wanted to see on here too. Oh, here we go. So this lady says she got new photos. I want to see these photos, but this is right here. I mean,
Bart, and we
I'm
definitely
not trying to bash this Nolan Wells thing, but we know something happened to him, and it's becoming a lot. And I know it's upsetting a lot of people on both sides. It's upsetting a lot of people on both sides. So I'm kind of just getting tired of talking about it. I do want to talk about some other stuff, but I wanted to watch a few more things about this situation because I wanted to see this. She came out with this yesterday, and I didn't get to see it, so I want to watch this.
see Warren. All right, let's get into this, right? So we came across this comment by Tierney Simmons that said there's a new photo has emerged of the 4th of July with Warren on Palm Beach boat. It looks like a fight is about to take place with two boys in each other's face and others watching. Now, they did tag Ben Crump and Secret Service Sam. They said, I've been around long enough to know when two people are in each other's faces like that. Is that Nolan Wells and Bart? There's only two black men in the water. This is a photo from the United Cajun Navy that just surfaced. How ironic. Now, they said it looks like everyone's drinking, but nobody knows what time this was taken. I do want to say from these photos, I don't know if anybody's actually drinking. I do know that Warren looks like he's had a hard paper route. And if you look in Warren's hands, if you look in Warren's hands, let me just zoom on into this real quick, right? Is that Dr. Pepper? I don't know. Is that Pepsi? Maybe he's just drinking. a 24-ounce Dr. Pepper and Pepsi, okay? Warren looks like he's had a hard paper route, all right? Needless to say. But let's look at this whole scene. I'll zoom in again. Look at all these people in the water, okay? Now, let's get into this because I want to zoom in on a few things for you guys to talk about, all right? Again, was there this the fight? Now there looks like to be somebody with darker skin with a hat on that is up in the face of someone that has paler skin that are looking at each other. Look at the way the girl walking by looks like, wait, what's going on? We also see a girl with blonde hair. Now, my first instinct was, is that Katie? However, because Katie was supposed to um be with Nolan. However, I noticed from seeing the Ashley Cole, Katie's sister-in-law, blonde was it. If you are white and a woman and you are in Ocean Springs, blonde seems to be the color. The reason for the seasons. Okay. I don't know if they're natural blonde or not. It doesn't matter. The point is, this could be Katie, except for we cannot see what color swimsuit this young woman is wearing. We all know that according to the pictures, Katie was wearing kind of like a bluish teal swimsuit. But we see somebody in somebody else's face. One looks to be darker complexion, one looks to be paler skin. Okay. And we all see the two people just looking. They are very close to each other. They are in each other's faces. Unless they are planning to kiss, I tend to believe this looks like this is some sort of fight. Again, look at the girl's face, not the girl's face, but do you see this girl right here? Let me zoom in. Right? Again, unless they're about to kiss, why are they this close? Look at everybody looking and look at this young woman right here in the red swimsuit, right? Everybody seems to be shook and waiting for something to happen. Is this a video of a fight? More importantly, is this Nolan and somebody else? Now, I know the commenter said, is this Nolan or Bart? Bart never actually said whether he was fighting on the island. The only thing Bart said is it's not him. He didn't do anything and he doesn't know Katie or did not know Katie at the time that this still from the video or picture was actually taken. Now, in the Cajun Navy report, they said they were unable to confirm that there were fights because somebody named Matthew said there was kind of like some type of almost fight, some type of almost scuffle that broke out. Another girl jumped in and said, how dare you? That's a lie. That never happened. Right? As a matter of fact, I'll show y'all real quick. Okay, no, I will not. I was going to pull up the actually, I will pull it up. Hold on. Anyway, never mind. It doesn't want to cooperate today. The point is, there was somebody that actually made that statement. Okay, I'll go live.
But yeah, do we know? Has anybody came out and said that they seen Nolan wearing a hat? I mean, I haven't heard anything about that. I'm not saying that it's not him, but to me, that doesn't look like him.
And actually show it, or you can look at the live. This seems to be real life footage of that actual fight. All right, so let's get deeper into this mess because from a different angle, right? You clearly see boat 1, boat X, boat 2, and boat 3. And Warren is on the Palm Beach, like you said, or like I said, looking like he had a rough paper route. Again, we see the same fight from a wider angle. This looks like there is some type of fight. The person actually described it as it was turning into a pseudo fight. Again, here is the fight video that was actually put in the report. There we have Palm Beach, boat 1, boat 2. I'm sorry, boat 1, boat X, boat 2, and boat 3. There is Warren again on the Palm Beach. It looks like Warren did not leave the Palm Beach at all. However, it does look like Nolan and who's this supposed to be? Maybe Wyatt were chilling on the Triton all day. Enough, Warren didn't seem to be around Nolan that much that day, but that might have just been anything. Again, more photos, but I want to call your attention to this. Matthew Lamp said one of my passengers is pretty certain he was part of the group that was almost fighting around 5 p.m. The Bertram with the blue top that I posted left shortly after that, and it left pretty fast. Again, Here's the whole thing, though, that I actually want you guys to pay attention to and why I think this is actually so important. There was only two Black people in the water. One was Tristan, the other one was Nolan. Now, if this is Nolan, then we need to ask who is he fighting with, because Nolan's body appeared in the preliminary autopsy to have some type of bruises, okay? If this is not Tristan, I'm sorry, if this is not Nolan, then it must be Tristan. However, Tristan actually said on Officer Django's thing that he left the island. His uncle put him in a boat and he left the island very quickly, but more importantly, he left it before the boys left the island. Now, the boys have their 431 call to Cito, right? The boys have their 431 call to Cito. Since they have that 431 call and they have GPS, then how could they have been out there getting towed? If Tristan was still on there, which means the times they said that they left or the times people last saw Warren cannot be right, because somebody's lying. If Tristan was still in a almost fight, if this is him around 5 p.m., and he said bye to Nolan after he was done, after that whole skirmish broke out, and his uncle was like, "You got to get out of there." He said that he actually said bye to Nolan and then said some slick shit to him about Katie. He was very, very particular about that. However, if you were still here around 5, that means that you said bye to Nolan much later than ever. That means that the people here would have saw Nolan later, but everybody here said the last time they saw Nolan was about 3 p.m. Now, there is another thing. Those boys said they did the GPS coordinates at 4:31 p.m. All right. Again, something is not adding up. Listen, you guys, we'll go over this in detail on live next time we are live. But for the meantime, I just want you to hold this in. Two things cannot be true. If this is Tristan, then that means Tristan is lying about the last time he saw Nolan and he was there much later. Then, if it is not Tristan, that means this is Nolan. And now we have to ask ourselves, who is in Nolan's face? Nolan was like, what, 6'1", 6'3"? He was a tall boy. How many other people were tall enough to look at him eye to eye? Again, the eyewitness encounter says this happened around 5 p.m. Everybody else says it happened sometime around 3. We will see. Something to consider. Who are these people? The girl with the blonde hair, the guy in this face, and whether that is Tristan or whether it is Nolan.
I don't know because it doesn't look like Nolan to me. Could be, but it doesn't look like him. And the way I see it is, it looks like, I mean, from that phone call that we all hear, the audio, it seems like whoever was talking in the background seems like they're like on the other boat. They wasn't on the same boat as Wyatt because they're pretty. Sounds like they're pretty far away. I don't know. And then they said it was two unidentified females that was on that boat. So if you know, not saying nothing to towards the ladies, but I just don't feel like if those females witnessed something horrific like that, they would be able to hold it unless they're, some really tough females. They would be, usually females, they see something like that, man, they gonna be crying, about ready to tell what happened or what they saw. Shout out to Tisha, but I feel like if it was some females, if they seen something like that, you couldn't probably stop them from like wanting to tell somebody. They'd probably be walking around crying, like, "What's wrong with you?" Something like that. It would have came out by now. I don't know, but from what we hear on the audio, it does sound like what it sounds like. That no, I know I heard is he dead, and I know I heard Nolan. But if those females, if they seen that, they witnessed that, them are some tough skinned females. For real, because I don't see no female saying nothing bad and being able to just keep it a secret or just not being able to tell nobody. Um, I went and watched Trent Out Loud. Shout out to Trent Out Loud. Once again, like I said, this is
Oh,
not
yes.
my content right here. I'm just reacting to it. So shout out to Trent Out Loud. He said he caught Officer Tatum in the lie, and I do want to watch Officer Tatum where he went and interviewed the Nolan Wells family friend or whatever, the guy that cut Nolan's hair, and we seen Don Lemon and what's the guy's name? Can't remember that comedian. They're kind of making fun of him, so we're gonna. It seems like he had an interview with him to kind of like, yeah, brother, they don't care about you. You know, you need to come just be on our side. Basically, I just want to see the interview between him and Tatum. I hadn't seen it yet, so I want to watch that.
Irony, Nolan would have been 19 on the 19th of this month. There has been a ton of developments over the past 24 hours in the Nolan Xavier Wells case, and of course, a very intense discussion between me and former Officer Tatum. Sit back, relax. I'll tell you everything you need to know, and then I'll hand it off to you, the out louders. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Late Monday night, technically speaking, Tuesday morning at 1 a.m., I sent a DM to former Officer Tatum. And in that DM, I asked him the same question I asked Harvey when I was on TMZ. I asked him for the metadata from the video and pictures that former Officer Tatum put out that he said is proof that Nolan was not on the boat when the boys were heading back to the mainland. Now, I am going to walk you through the conversation that I had with former Officer Tatum in our DMs. But what I am going to do is I'm going to show you proof of the authenticity of our conversation in our DMs, because some of you might think this is Photoshop, because what's right beside me is a screenshot. But here is proof that it is real. I'm going to show you a video of my DM with former Officer Tatum, and you'll see here that I'm pulling the DMs aside, and you can see the timestamps. That is proof that this is not AI. This is proof that these screenshots are not Photoshop. This is how you are when you are a transparent person. I'm going to show you proof that Harvey nor Tatum are being transparent about this picture and video. Now, for those of you who might not be familiar with this picture and video, let me show you the video. I'll play it here beside me. This is the video in question that Officer Tatum and Harvey claim is proof. That's all we don't need anything else. Nolan was not on the boat. But again, we don't know the authenticity. We don't know the metadata. We don't know if they just took this picture 2 days ago and it's claiming that it was taken on July the 4th, because they offered us no metadata and no proof. Okay, so there's the video. Let me show you now the pictures. Okay, here is one picture and here is the second picture. All right, now you know the video and the pictures that we're talking about. Let me walk you through our DM conversation. Hey, Tatum, I would like for you to comment on this. I was on TMZ Friday and I caught Harvey lying for you. Harvey also says he has confirmed that Nolan was not on the boat. How? How is Harvey able to confirm that? No one can confirm that yet, not even law enforcement. And I sent him my reel that most of you have seen, and it's the same content that I played on this YouTube channel, where it was my interview with Harvey, asking Harvey for the metadata. I'll play that for you in a second. Okay, so he sees this, and this is his response. Bro, you are tripping. We have video. Where is the metadata? How do we know Nolan wasn't on one of the other boats? Hold on, I'll get into that in a second. Then I also refer back to the fact that I feel like even the video is sketchy because it seems to me almost like a live picture and not a video. So I challenge and I say, that's not a video. It's a picture made to look like a video. Nobody is moving in the video. Again, challenging him. He says, I saw it. It was all given to the police. It's a video, bro. People are taking a picture of the videos. Okay, again, like I said, I feel like it's a live picture made to look like a video, but I digress. It's not important. I already played it for you guys. Let's move on to what I wrote back. You saw, because he just said, hey, I saw. You saw, so that means you don't have the metadata, correct? And here you could see it because the last screenshot had an arrow. You saw, so that means you don't have the metadata, correct? He said, I do. They showed me. Why are you lying with no evidence? What are you talking about? Funny that I'm asking him for stuff and he's telling me I'm lying. I said, show it to us, please. I'll retract my statement. He writes back and says, will you make an apology to the boys? I don't understand former Officer Tatum's mission on getting everybody to, will you apologize to the boys? I just don't understand. He's not their lawyer. He's not their mother. He's not their father. He doesn't even know them. I want everybody to apologize to these boys. It is beyond me, but I think we all know why he is fighting so hard for these boys, but I digress. I write back and I say, no, I'll say that the picture/video is real and verify the time it was taken. That does not mean Nolan was not placed on Bart's boat or another boat. And again, 1 second, I will get to that. He writes back and says, bro, we have the entire video of both boats, which I do not believe, because if that was the case, he would put it out. He says, police have the video as well. Then I say, Brandon, I could say I have videos of me and whoever walking down the street or at whatever time, blah, blah, blah. That means nothing if you can't provide the metadata. He writes back, bro, because he knows he's caught now. His back is against the wall. He has no metadata, nothing. Don't forget, he said he saw it prior. So I wrote back, and you still haven't done that, and I've asked twice. So he writes back, yo, hold tight. I'm assuming it's in his phone. It's somewhere close to him because he says he has it, right? And I said, no problem. Take your time. He writes back and he says, I'll reach out to them tomorrow since it's late. Now he has to reach out to the boys. Okay. I said, okay, cool. Hit me back. He has not opened back up his text messages. Now, 5 minutes before I started recording, I sent him this message. Again, still didn't look at my okay, cool, hit me back, and still has not seen this message as far as I know. I wrote him and I said, Brandon, just a heads up, Monday night, again, very technical, Tuesday at 1 a.m., you told me you would send me the metadata on Tuesday. It's now Wednesday, over 24 hours later, and I haven't heard anything back from you. This is a message letting you know that I'll be using this DM as proof of you not following up on your word, and as a result of you not being able to provide me with the metadata as promised, that I have no choice but to assume you're lying. All right, now that we've established that Officer Tatum doesn't have the metadata and he has to ask the boys for it, let's revisit my TMZ interview when I asked Harvey for the metadata. Listen to what Harvey said live in 4K on TMZ. Now let's talk about that picture that you showed up of the boat. We got that picture from Officer Tatum, former Officer Tatum. How do we know when that picture was taken? We have no metadata. We have no proof. How do we know that? And also,
well, no, but what the video? It's not a pic. We're talking about.
Well, he put out pictures and video. But
I know, but the video, we can align the video with the distress call, and he wasn't on that boat.
Yeah, but Harvey, how do you know? Has former Officer Tatum, has he provided you guys with the metadata? Do you know 100% when that video and those pictures were taken? Can you confirm to me right now that it was taken on July the 4th?
That's what we have concluded based on everything we've looked at, metadata.
If TMZ got those pictures and videos from former Officer Tatum and Tatum gave them the metadata, how come Tatum has to wait on the boys and ask the boys for the metadata? Doesn't that seem a little weird to you? Do you see the lies these people are telling us? Do you not see the lies? Do you not see the overt lies that these people are telling us? This is in 4K lying. Tatum never sent me the metadata, so it's safe to assume he doesn't have it. And then Harvey lies. And then when I challenge him on that, guess what Harvey says after? Harvey says, hey, well, I guess anything is possible. Watch this clip. He says metadata, and then it's like, actually, hold on. He looks off camera to somebody and it's like, maybe anything's possible. Watch this clip from Harvey. Can you confirm to me right now that it was taken on July the 4th?
That's what we have concluded based on everything we've looked at, metadata, talking to people, and aligning it with the distress call. Yeah. Now, look, anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Why are you saying anything is possible? It just doesn't make sense. And that is why I could clearly say that I do not believe Harvey and I do not believe TMZ when it comes to this alleged video and or picture that they are using to want us to shut down all the investigation and to prove that, hey, these three boys had nothing to do with what happened to Nolan Xavier Wells. I don't believe it. Former Officer Tatum, Harvey, my platform is available. Send me the metadata and I will retract my statements and I will say that the pictures and or video are real. And until then, we do not believe you. Before we get off of this topic, I want to make something abundantly and overtly clear. If and when either former Officer Tatum or Harvey sends me the metadata and we confirm that that video and picture is real, I just want to make something clear. It does not mean that those boys are innocent. It does not mean that Nolan was never on that boat going back. He could have been pushed off the boat before you guys took that picture. Nolan could be on one of the two other boats. We know Bart was towing the boat. That's why you didn't need that sea tow call anymore, et cetera, et cetera. We didn't need to tow. You could have placed him on Bart's boat. There are people that are speculating that if you look very, very close in on that video, that there's a girl on the boat and a guy, and they're looking down. Hey, there's a ledge that's maybe a foot or 2 feet, and Nolan could be lying down, and we can't see him in the picture. Some people say if you zoom in really close, it looks like a hand is right on the edge. This picture doesn't mean anything. But we would still like to see the metadata that goes along with it, and so that we can at least know and we can enter it as in evidence that this has actually happened on this day. But it doesn't exonerate your clients, Tatum, although they're not really your clients. I don't even know what to call them, okay? So I just want to make that clear. We still want the metadata, but that doesn't totally say anything that these boys' names are cleared. Yesterday, the United Cajun Navy put out what they are calling a timeline report, and they, in their own words, want to make it clear that it's not an investigative report. Now, depending on who you ask, some people feel like it is not a good report. Some people feel like it is a good report. Okay, y'all know me. I'm fair. I'm always willing to listen to both sides. I would like to make one thing clear to people that I think a lot of people are missing. The United Cajun Navy has nothing to do with the Navy. You'll see the article right beside me. Despite the name United Cajun Navy, they are not part of the U.S. Navy, nor of any government agency, okay? They are volunteers. This is a nonprofit organization. They have nothing to do with any sort of anything being official. They're just a group of guys. Some people say they're nice guys. They're volunteering. They're helping, former this, former that, whatever. They're not part of any official agency, okay? They are not law enforcement, not a branch of military, or not a government agency. That's just fact. But let's move on to the report and some things that I don't necessarily love in this report. Now, the reason why I'm on the fence of the United Cajun Navy is that when things first started happening, Christine came out and said, thank you. I really like them. You guys have been working with us. And y'all know me. I'm here to ride for Christine. But then there was a back and forth between them and Benjamin Crump of saying, when Benjamin Crump said that, hey, the United Cajun Navy said that he was fully closed. Then they came out and said, no, he wasn't fully closed. And we think that Benjamin Crump should retract that statement. And then it turns out that Ben was right. I have just been kind of looking at them with a side eye since then. And I haven't heard Christine say anything. So I'm already looking at Cajun Navy with a side eye. Also, I've also told you guys a couple of days ago that they came out and said, we're here to help Christine and the family with anything they need. They just have to ask us. Excuse me, sir. Give Christine everything that you have. Why does she have to come and beg and grovel and ask you for things? I really didn't like that comment. I played that clip. But I digress. That's just my personal feelings. Now, let me show you a very quick clip of that. This is the VP saying this is not an investigation report. This is just a timeline report.
First of all, I want to thank you for calling this report what it is, and it's a timeline. And some people have called it an investigative report, and that's not accurate because, as you know, we're not investigators.
Now, let me show you another clip that I really didn't love. You'll hear the VP saying, hey, these are, here is a clip of people on Horn Island. You'll see the water is kind of like, up to their necks. It looks like they're treading water. And you'll see here, what I'm trying to allude to the fact is that these waters are very unstable. Sometimes you have footing, and in 2 seconds you cannot have footing. What are you trying to say here? What are you trying to allude to? That Nolan was treading water, and the sand bay went from 5 feet to 20 feet, and that's what. I just feel like they're trying to push a narrative that it's very easy for Nolan to have drowned. Tell us something that we don't know. Why do you need to put this in your timeline? I just don't like that he's alluding to that.
Some of them, it looks, maybe up to the armpit, but some of them, depending on their own height, it looks like it's, I could see a girl holding something in her hand and the water looks to be pretty close to her neck. So that's pretty far out. Now, we've said several times that Horn Island has a very aggressive slope. So you can be in shallow water and deep water within just a few steps. And once you get into that deep water, you're not as able to keep your feet on the ground if a current comes and pulls you, or God forbid, a riptide comes and drags you. So that's why we thought it was significant to know that they were socializing in fairly deep water.
Here's another clip where he alludes to the fact of Bart being a good Samaritan. Bart was just there to tow and to help. And, now he's getting on. Hey, listen, you're there. You're a suspect, bro. We are trying to solve a case here. We have no time to be defending people. And if you are here just putting out a report,
I'm sorry, folks. My thing got stuck, but I'm working on it. Just give me a few minutes, and I'll be back because I still want to get on this Wack 100. What's going on with him? Hold on, just give me a second. Let me get it back working. All right, sorry about that. I had to do some tweaking myself, but let's get back to it.
A timeline report, put out the report and stop trying to push a narrative because you sound like former officer Tatum.
And we know that the tow was canceled because somebody got in touch with Bart Edmondson, who ended up towing the boat himself, being a good Samaritan. And of course, now that poor guy is getting, raked over the coals just for being a good, what we try to tell everybody to be, neighbor helping neighbor.
Then you'll hear the VP of Cajun Navy saying, oh, maybe the grandpa called because the boys didn't have good reception. Excuse me, we all heard the CETO call. They had perfectly fine reception. We didn't need the grandfather calling because of good reception. Maybe the grandfather called because he was helping them, I don't know, do something that wasn't lawful. And maybe that's why he got involved. Why is the VP of the United Cajun Navy saying, well, maybe why are you always trying to change the narrative? Why are you trying to put things out there when you're supposedly being unbiased?
Now, didn't the grandpa call and cancel the tow?
Yeah, I think that I saw that report as well, and it may have been that somebody contacted him and said, hey, we got somebody to tow us, so maybe he called because he had a better signal.
And then lastly, they're putting out this picture of what they are saying maybe Nolan, and they're saying this picture was taken at 4:50. Again, this sounds very former officer Tatum to me because nobody on the planet is looking at this picture and thinking it's Nolan. The shorts are of very darker blue, and this black man is a darker skin than Nolan. We know this is not Nolan. You know it's not Nolan. And he's like, I don't know. It could be. No, we don't want could be's, bro. And again, they're putting out this picture saying it was taken at 9:50, just like former Officer Tatum is putting out pictures of the boat saying, hey, this is after they left. And Nolan wasn't on this boat, so don't say anything with these boys. Same thing like this VP of the Cajun Navy. Nolan's on the boat. Nolan's on the island at 5 p.m. It's not Nolan until you have a clear picture. And again, metadata that shows this picture, what time this picture was taken. We don't believe nothing. So that's just my 2 cents and just my thoughts on United Cajun Navy report. Like I said, I'm open to, I heard there were some things. I just want to highlight the things that bothered me about this report.
All right, so Trinidad Lau said the Brandon Tatum and TMZ, they can't come up with the metadata to prove those pictures were actually on the 4th, or those pictures in question are the pictures that are relevant to this case. So so he's basically calling them a liar. He's like, until you prove me otherwise, send me the metadata, I'm just calling you a liar. Brandon Tatum, TMZ. And then it was something that Harvey said on TMZ the other day where he was saying that the evidence absolutely shows that those boys are innocent. And the way he said it, you know what I'm saying? You could tell like when people are kind of like lying because he's like, his eyes were blinking and kind of stuttering, going over his words. So you could tell, something was going on with that. But hey, shout out to Trent Out Loud. He said, man, if they can't send the metadata on those pictures in question, then he's just gonna call them liars because they said they had the metadata and they haven't sent it to him yet. So maybe he's on to something there. I'm gonna go to this where Officer Tatum did the interview with the guy Don Lemon and the comedian. They were actually clowning him a little bit. So I want to watch that where he interviewed him. Let me see, where's it at? Shout out to Trent Out Loud. I'm trying to find the. Let me see. I know I had it. Yeah, here. Yeah, this is it right here. So, the
So
Brandon
y'all go follow.
Tatum. Yeah, the Brandon Tatum interviewed the Cutting with E guy. So, I guess since Don Lemon kind of clowned this guy, you know what I'm saying? He went to interview him and was basically trying to tell him like, hey, we're friends over here. I won't do I want to talk to you the way Don Lemon did, you know, because they were making fun of him. I can't remember, and I can't even remember the guy's name, the comedian that was on there, and they were going over that interview that Don Lemon had with the E, and they were just basically laughing at him. So let's see what Brandon Tatum interview was and how it went with this guy.
So yesterday, a man came on the show. His name is Emmanuel. And listen, this is not, look, I'm not trying to disparage him. I'm trying to open up a bigger conversation about this. So yesterday, Emmanuel came on my show claiming that he knows the Wells family. He gave Nolan his first haircut and has been close to the people around this case for years. Now, look, the Wells family says directly that he is not their friend, that he doesn't know Nolan or them like that, and he doesn't speak for them. So, look, Emmanuel wasn't simply offering memories about Nolan. He was presenting himself as someone with perhaps some special access, saying that, you know, I know the dad and all that stuff, someone who knew the family, someone who knew the people involved, someone whose perspective carried weight because of those relationships. The family says it doesn't. Now, look, all of us should stop, right, and think about things before we start accepting anything he says about this case, one, because of what the family says. But let me just say this. I'm not saying everything that Emmanuel said is false. I don't know that. I don't know what form the relationship he has with the family. I don't know that. I know what the family says and I know what he says. Neither do you. You don't know. Credibility still matters here, though. So that's why I'm pointing this out.
So who's right then?
And credibility around him as well. When you step into the middle of one of the biggest stories in America, invoke a grieving family's name and speak as though you're carrying their trust, the public, I think, deserves to know whether the family actually agrees. I think that is a fair assessment. And in this case, they don't. That alone I think would have made yesterday's interview extremely memorable. And then we started talking.
I'm sorry. I mean, my video is still kind of slacking or going slow, buffering a little bit. It looks like it's just moving slow. I don't know. I thought I had fixed, but I'm gonna try to see if I can get through this. If y'all could just bear with me, get through this. I still want to talk about Wack 100 and that little situation, and I guess I'll try to fix it for my next live.
About race. And you know how that is.
Yeah, because you race baiting. All right, so here's the thing. I'm going to play the interview. It's a phenomenal interview. I do find it interesting. You'll like what I have to say in the interview. And what I said in the interview starts during the interview, right? So right now I'm going to say one more thing, and then I'm going to start during the interview. I do find it interesting that I haven't talked to Nolan's family. So I don't really know what they're saying behind the scenes about who they know, and I haven't talked to them in detail. It's just interesting that they don't know none of these. They're claiming to not know none of these people, and that they're delegitimizing their experience. And these people are telling me the experiences they've had with Nolan. They're showing me pictures of them. Nolan is hanging out with them. He's at Horn Island with them. He's at their house. They boating, fishing. The boys that I interviewed, all their parents love Nolan. They talk very well of him. They talk about how he's hanging around the family all the time and they love him. Tracy is telling all these stories about Nolan and him. And then the gentleman, which you're going to see in the interview, Elijah, is telling us all these stories about haircuts, naming family members that he hang out with. He just told me that he just saw Nolan's father. And was that in the interview? I don't want to say it if it wasn't in the interview. At the gym, was that an interview? Let me, I'm gonna back off of that. It may be an interview. I don't want to say something that we didn't say in an interview. But, you know, it seems to me that the stories that Elijah was telling me seems very genuine, and it seems like he has a connection and know of in a small town. But all of a sudden, he's just making this up, allegedly. Wait till you see the interview, you'll know what I'm talking about. All right, let's get to the interview. We've had people try it, review it, and the feedback has been absolutely amazing. Whether you choose guilty or not guilty, you're getting a premium bourbon with flavor, style, and a brand that stands out. Not Guilty has the smooth sweetness people love, and Guilty brings the bold, classic bourbon character. All you got to do is go to verdictbourbon.com, plead your age, and face the verdict for yourself. You must be 21 and older. Please drink responsibly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you guys would love to see this interview, highly anticipated. My next guest is a man that I literally watched his interview on a prominent journalist show just the other day. And I said, I like this guy. I agree with everything he's saying. Why is he getting so much pushback? So I had the team go and reach out to him. We were able to find him, and he's going to join me right now on our show. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the show, Emmanuel. He's on social media, Cutting with E. So y'all go follow him. Go check his social media out. But Emmanuel, I had to do it. I had to bring you on the show, man. I felt like you were very fair and impartial and balanced and consistent with people that I've heard when I traveled to Mississippi to talk to. Like, I think the world needs to hear from people that know the family or have connections to the family of Nolan, have connections to some people on the other side, and that live in Mississippi. So I want to start baseline in case people, this is the first time they're seeing you. What is your connection in Mississippi? Like, how long have you lived in Mississippi? And also, what's your connection to Nolan Wells' family, potentially Warren Hudson? Like, what's your connection in this thing?
Okay. I'm born and raised here, man. My folks was military. They came down here to Keesler Air Force Base, and they had me. And I've been here all my life, you know. And my connection to the Wells family and is being a barber. But me and another guy, which is his cousin, me and him went to barber school together. Shout out to Ernest. And so I've always been around the Wells. Me and another Wells, Dex, we eat all the time. We get up, eat all the time. But I met Nolan as a baby. One of my partner's mother was babysitting Nolan when Christine was in nursing school. And so she would babysit him all the time. And he would come to my barbershop, and I gave him his first haircut. And he would be up here with them all the time. And he was just a little cute kid, just like any kid is. And I told Don him this yesterday. But one of the funny things was every time he would leave, we would ask him to say his name. This is when he first started talking. And he would say, Nolan Wells. So we would always ask him to say his name, man. But yeah, so, and then time went on. And then I started watching him play high school football, you know what I'm saying? And his father got him right. He actually had the right size to be a NFL wide receiver. And that's your background, a football guy. But I want you to get your question in, but I also want to say something. I don't know if I can say this right quick, or you got another question.
No, go ahead.
But last night I sat in this very chair with an ink pen and my phone in my hand. I went to the gym. And once I left the gym, I was different. I said I wasn't gonna even talk about Nolan anymore, and here's why. It's so much going on around it, Tatum. So much. You don't know what to believe. It's all over the place. And when you start seeing stuff like that, you thinking that they found something, and then everybody's down this path, and then that rug get pulled out from under you. So last night I went to the gym, and of course, his father is one of the strongest, muscular man in the world. His whole family's like that. All his uncles play in the NFL, running back and whatnot. But I saw him in there, and we talked. And I'm getting beat up a lot from a lot of people because I keep saying, let's let the evidence come out before we jump to conclusions. We don't know nothing. Just please let the evidence come out. You can't go out punching and fighting nobody or doing bodily harm to nobody. You don't even know who to punch. You don't know nothing right now. And I'm getting a lot of pushback just because I say that. So his father was in agreement with me. Yes, we got to let the evidence come out. But after I walked away from him, we as podcasters, YouTubers, radio personnel, TV personnel, It's our job to talk about this stuff, right? It's the hottest topic in the world, overseas. Now, that's why I said the world. It really is. The BBC everywhere. And when I was talking to him, he was telling me, just pray for me. That's what he said. Just pray for me, man. Now you talking about a muscular, big guy. I mean, he like your size, bro.
Yeah.
Guns. And to see him slowly getting emotional, he said, all I want to know is get justice for my son. What happened to my son? I just want the facts to come out about my son.
Well, he's right. He's absolutely right. He said that, and I think everybody's saying that. We want to wait until everything comes out. If they are fair and honest with this investigation, wait until everything comes out. He's right. Everybody wants justice for Nolan, but it seems like a lot of stuff that's coming out now and it's not coming out from the people that's investigating, like the detectives or whatever they got in Mississippi. It's coming out from people that's figuring it out. Like we got these content creators, stuff like that. So they're not proving facts. It's just the things that we see and that we're aware of. Like these timelines, they're not adding up with what these guys on this interview said. You know, the Bart guy when that first came out, first learned about him. He supposedly wasn't there. Then all of a sudden he was there when this tape came out. So that's why a lot of people are leaning towards those boys knowing something or maybe even having something to do with it. But we have to wait until everything comes out.
And when I walked away from him, because it got to a point when we was talking, both of us stopped talking. Because I will fight back tears myself because I see what he doing, what he fighting. So I just hugged him and told him I love you. I had to go to the machine. He had to go to his machine. We got to get out of this. And when I walked out of there, I said, you know what? I'm not going to talk about Nolan. I'll talk about things surrounding it. But those people, we're talking about stuff at their expense. He said to me that he hasn't even been watching social media, TV, nothing. He just want to kind of get away from it, and he just won't. He's tunnel vision. I just want justice for my son. And the other reason, I'm close to the family. I'm here. Like I said, I just went to the gym, and he was in there working out. I've been knowing Christine since she was like in high school. She's been in my barbershop several times. Her and my sister-in-law was good friends. My sister-in-law and her come from the same community. They both half Asian and black. And we're a small town. Everybody know everybody. I've been hanging out with her cousins for many, many years.
And so you got to respect where this man is coming from because he knows everybody. He knows the boys he was with. Seems like he knows Nolan Wells' family really well. So you got to respect that. And I really feel like he said, we have to wait till everything comes out. But so far, the stuff that has been coming out, it's leaning towards those boys. That's why they're getting so much, like everybody, they're feeling like everybody's pointing the finger at me, but everything that's coming out is leaning towards them. Like I said, that the guy said he wasn't there, Bart. He said he wasn't there, and then come to find out he was there. And then he said he didn't know Katie. Come to find out he did know Katie. So I mean, everything is it's not adding up. That's why everybody's leaning towards those boys. But we do have to wait. I hope that they give this family a fair investigation, for the fact of Nolan. I just really hope that they do. And not just blow it off and say it was, something that it really wasn't.
So I wanted to give them that respect. I don't want to hurt nothing. I'm not trying to do that. I'm constantly, here's what started me down this path. I saw so many people that was upset. and we got to do this and do that, do it. And I was trying to be the voice of reason, saying, let's please wait. Can we please wait? And nobody wanted to wait. And I'm like, y'all don't know what to go do.
Right.
Can we wait for something to come out to find out? You know? And I really do hate Officer Tatum. And I'm gonna tell the viewers something. Everybody, they hard on you. They feel you hate black people. I guess that's how they feel. But I'm gonna tell you something. The man has a genuine heart. Just like all of us, I got a genuine heart. Sometimes things don't come out the way we feel it, but Christine, his mother.
I'm sorry, that man does not have a genuine heart, and I really feel like he does not like black people because it even came out his mouth. You know, we're just this ignorant race. You know, and that's why I said in my last live, I don't understand how he could talk about his own kind like that. But he goes, "Oh, not some of us," and especially like the people that I was born and raised around. But some of y'all are just ignorant, and it makes no sense for you to talk about your race like that. No sense, and it's gonna backfire on you one day. It really will. And like I really feel like it's either gonna be his kids because he has mixed kids, and they may take more to the black side, and they may see that YouTube video that you said where you don't like blacks, and they might look at you a different way, or they may get into high school, and the kids at that high school might give them a bad time because of what you said. It's gonna get to you, man, because that's not right of how you're talking about your kind like that.
I hate that they are internet bombing her. She lost a child in a mysterious manner. Nobody knows, or it hasn't came out yet, what the truth is. Because somebody knows something. It's just we don't know yet.
Right.
So, however she's acting, whatever, she's saying, me personally, I give her grace in that area because she's emotional. She's all over the place right now. Her husband is all over the place. He's emotional. They are still emotional. Man, this is how traumatic can something be? This is very traumatic.
True.
So I wanted to say that on everybody's behalf, and I hope everybody leave her alone. Stop internet bombing her. That's not deserving because you can feel in the kind of way you want to feel. You don't even have to agree with the people that she's running with, but you got to understand that is a woman who just lost her real child. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And please, people, I'm pleading to you on Officer Tatum's show. This is me to just please cease with that because you don't know what they're going through and how you can cause them to go further down a rabbit hole with their health. You know, there's mental health involved and a lot of things, you know?
Yeah, man, I'm glad you said that because, you know, I when you get on the social media, you get going and you get the momentum. In policing, we call it operational momentum, which means that once it starts going, it's hard to scale back on it. And I feel what you're saying in a very genuine way, man. And I love that you said this on my show because I'm gonna make a decision that I'm gonna leave Christine and her husband out of this because I've been critical of some of the things that they've done. I know she said my name and I know she's upset with me, which I understand. However, out of respect to the family and respect for you, because I think you're a genuine man, I'm not going to bring up Christine or her husband at all. I'm going to let it go until the results are over and all that. I'm going to let it go. I'm going to make the promise to you and to everybody watching this. I'm going to let it go. Now Benjamin Crump,
I'm on him like right on right.
Right on right. Stank on, you know what? He fair game. Off the hook. But Christine, I'll say this. Let me say this. I want this out there. People can clip this if they want to.
Please,
I want to apologize if I offended or hurt Christine. I didn't have any intentions to. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. As a former police officer, I tend to, divorce myself from picking a side or getting too overly emotional for anybody. So sometimes they can come off as insensitive, right? Meaning that I'm looking at an investigation and
Okay, so y'all heard what he said. He said he was officially making an apology to Nolan's mom, Christine, and her dad. Y'all heard him say that on his show. But you know, he says these things, and then a couple of days later, maybe a week later on his show, he's going to be attacking them again. And then he turned around and said, "Ben Crump is fair game." So I'm wondering, what did Ben Crump say to you? And then I'm asking the question, just like DL asked you, what person or what black person made you hate us so bad? But he did say it. He just said it. You know, I wonder if he's gonna keep his word. He's not gonna mention Christine. I can't remember the father. Sorry, Nolan's father. He wasn't gonna mention him again. So we'll see.
I take the feelings out of it. And so I'm going straight for what's the facts, what's this? And I want her to know and the family to know that I apologize if something I said hurt them. I have no intentions of doing that. I just really want to get to the bottom of what happened. And what hurt me the most in all of this is I hate the racial division.
Yes.
And I felt like I wish that this would have went a different way. I wish that when this happened to Nolan, because I heard so many great things about this kid. Like he is the cream of the crop as far as young people. Everybody loved Nolan. I haven't heard a person literally, when I was interviewing Warren and talking to his family, they're tearing up and crying talking about Nolan on how great of a young man he was. I wish that the conversation could have stayed there. Let's elevate this young man who was great to the community. He's a tremendous loss to the world and everybody that he knows, his coach, everybody. And let's all come together to find out what happened. Let's this side talk to this side, get the information before we put out people that ain't got nothing to do with the business of the family in Mississippi. And so we don't have the division. So that was my whole thing that bothered.
He brought that race thing in. And the reason why people thought the Nolan family brought the race thing in is because she hired Ben Crump. That was the only reason. She didn't say nothing. Nobody said anything about race until he stepped in.
Me, because I see the world dividing again. Now it's black or white all over again.
God. All over again, bro. And I'm gonna tell you, here's what's going on, man. And I want people to hear me clearly. With both sides are at odds like this. For people that are not prejudiced, they now coming across as prejudiced because they getting slammed so hard for being prejudiced, and they like, I ain't prejudiced, and then it makes them say stuff and lash back out at you. That's the human side in an individual. So the human side is lashing out and saying some things that they wouldn't ordinarily say. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's, bruh, this.
Y'all agree with that? I don't agree with that. I don't. If somebody came at me and was telling me that I'm prejudiced and whatnot, I'm not gonna sit up here and say some. It's not gonna make me say anything racial to make people think that I'm prejudiced. There's no way. I don't agree with that.
Cases just all over the place, man. But before we go further, I'm glad you did that, and I hope they accept your apology. But you probably saved me here on the Gulf Coast, man, because they've been coming for me, boy.
Man, look,
I did my job, Gulf Coast. I did my job.
Emmanuel, I want people to know that I think you genuine and I'm genuine. I grew up around nothing but black people my whole life, dude. I experienced the black experience from A to B, A to Z, right? I grew up, we had times where we were growing up in poverty or around poverty. My cousin them had roaches in their house. You know, we were smoking weed. I got arrested at 8 years old. You know, my stepdad was a prolific gangbanger. He knew Suge Knight. He was selling dope, you know, doing all that other stuff, man. He died from an OD. He OD'd on heroin. And all of these things I grew up with. My cousins, them going to prison for life. I got a few people that was in prison for life. My other cousin, he getting out. I've been supporting him for I don't know how many years. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. I went to Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School in the middle of the hood in Stop 6. I got tats all over me. I got my hood on my forearm. You know, I got Young Savage on my stomach. I got gold teeth in my mouth. I didn't,
you had it all going on.
I done went from poverty, middle class, poverty. And when I say poverty, my parents weren't poor. We just was in those environments. And then I went to college. I got educated in college. I was a college athlete. I was a police officer. Bro, I have a
Where'd you play ball
plethora
at?
of experience. University of Arizona.
Okay, all right.
Dude, I have a plethora of experiences. Like, and so I want people to understand that I don't hate black people. I want black people.
I can't tell my brother, but I didn't know he was when he said Stop 6, so he's from Fort Worth. That is the hood. But the way you've been talking lately, man, I can't tell. I mean, I just really just started found out about you when this happened, but I went through a few of his videos, and I mean, he like bashing black people. I'm like, wow, this is something else. He's something else, man. If y'all have never watched any of his little shows or checked out his page, his channel, man, do that. You can see that somebody, I'm like DL, somebody has hurt him really bad for him to talk about his own race like that.
to do better. Because I don't think that what black people are doing now or the representation of black people is authentically black people. Like
Yes.
we never were victims. We weren't victims growing like our ancestors were not victims. Our ancestors fought through out of slavery, fought through Jim Crow, and became victorious. And a lot of us wasn't looking for handouts. We're not expecting the white man to do nothing. We built our own schools, our own community. We did all of our own stuff. We weren't looking for nobody else. If you want to be cool, we can be cool. And I felt like, to be honest, even in the civil rights movement, and this is not your opinion, this is mine. Even in the civil rights movement, I feel like discrimination in some of these towns, black people doing their thing, white people doing their thing. And I felt like agitators come in and be like for instance, black people probably, and this is just from people that I've talked to, people that live through this, say the same thing to me. In some of these towns where there was segregation, meaning that you can't go to the white places, black people didn't want to go to the white places. They had their own stuff. And they weren't going in their spaces, and white people weren't messing with them, and they were living segregated.
Oh, that's cool, but no, it was one guy, and I've seen this on Instagram. It was one guy, one white guy asked him if he agreed with Charlie Kirk saying that we should we go back to slavery, and he said, "Oh yeah, 100%." And everybody on that board just looked shocked that he would say that. So now he's talking a whole different way now. I mean, so which one is it, Tatum?
And I'm not saying that was the best way to live, but they were doing it. I feel like agitators came in and they go and sit in the places. And then now they getting problems. And the residents there ain't got beef. They doing their own thing separate. But then people that don't live there come in there and they agitate the situation and they go, look at the racism, and because they had an agenda. And I feel like this is similarly to how Benjamin Crump did in Mississippi. And you can speak to this. I'm gonna give you the mic here in a second. Well, everybody that I've talked to, everybody online that tell me I live out there, we travel to Horn Island, we live out there, and it's not racist. It's very diverse. Everybody's mixed up. Everybody living their life. Racism is not a consistent thing in our community. And I felt like Benjamin Crump came in there, and instead of saying, let's get to the bottom of what happened to Nolan, he want to push this town, we know the history of this, and it just caused these problems to exist that don't exist. I'm going to pass it to you. What's your experience living there, bro? You live there. We don't.
Still, I don't think he came in pushing that, but he did. I know he did say the history in Mississippi, and that is true because I was just speaking on something earlier in the live. Shout out to Willie D, because every time something happens to a black person, it's unalive, some kind of way other than, being shot up by, I guess, his own, they consider it is either undetermined or a suicide. And I feel like somebody said something in a Instagram post. They said that when things like that happen, like the body, like Nolan Wells' body, how he was found, and how this young man was hung at this college, he said there's just certain ways that the police and the coroners and all that know that it was the work of these certain individuals. So that's where they try to sweep it under the rug.
What's your experience?
You know what, officer? Changing people to get them see the truth and to get them to change, it's going to always be the hardest thing in life. I've been here all my life. All right. You're going to always have racists that walks among you. Like I tell people, that's why Jesus Christ suffered, bled, and died for us on the cross. Ain't nothing you can do about that. And like I was speaking to Don about, if he acquired races over there and we don't know he prejudiced, how do we know to say that's a prejudiced white man over there? If he quiet with it, he can hate all he want to hate in his heart. That's him. I'm not studying that. As long as he don't come over here and start showing me his prejudiced ways, you can be prejudiced over there.
Yeah.
But what Benjamin Crump did here in this town was old school, and here's what I mean. Let's go back years ago. So when our black women was assaulted, they was abused. Black men was assaulted and abused during slavery. We all know about that. And now you go from there all the way up to the 50s when Emmett Till was killed. Now he's coming into our city saying, this place, this state racist is racist. And it's the state that lynched and killed Emmett Till. That was 71 years ago, sir. 71 years ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Right. Now, there will always be a racist walking around, or two or three. But as an overall,
Don't care how long it was, it still happened there. He was just stating the facts. Does not matter. And I agree with you. Like, I agree with this man. If there is a racist and if he's quiet with it, that's fine. As long as he don't come, bringing it around us, that's cool. But I always will keep my eye on him. I always want to, I guess, just watch his moves just in case.
consensus, we don't have that problem. And I'm going to prove it to you. So, Emmett Till looked at a woman and died. She said he whistled. Then later said he didn't. But he looked at her and he died. To nowadays, black men and black women are dating and marrying and having all the freaky fun they want to have with a white person. And a white person is doing the same thing with all the freaky blacks they want to hook up with.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So how do we still continue to get judged according to the 1960 style of black justice? Why are we still getting charged to the civil rights that was needed back then? What Al Sharpton doing, that was great for the 60s, but that doesn't work in today's Black America. This is the new Black America. You have more 25 and under black millionaires than anywhere. You have more black women are the number one college graduates from my understanding. I could be wrong, but from my understanding, black women are the number one college graduate. So how can you keep coming down here to our state and keep telling us that we're not who we are? White people do try to stay out of black people's way for as trying to persecute them and stab them and lynch them and murder. Ain't none of that happening. And black people ain't running around pulling out gas, shooting white people. Bum, bum, bum. That ain't happening around here, bruh. But you want to know what is happening? White people have been killing whites, And black people have been killing black people. You understand that? We have problems amongst ourselves within our own races. We're not having problems with each other. When I did this, you know what that did? We came together. Blacks and white people are making babies. I should call you just Tatum. I don't know if you want to call it Officer Tatum.
Call him Tatum. I'm fine with that.
We have so many sandy brown hair babies walking around on this coast, from guys to girls. Everywhere you go, everybody is more mixed than it is pure black, pure white. This mixed thing has came on strong. And I'm even seeing other mixed gumbo cultures. You may see an Asian with a Pakistani. They're not just a typical black and white anymore. I've seen a black girl dating Spanish people now, because since when Katrina hit down here, I'm sure you're familiar with Katrina and what we went through down here. Well, an influx of Spanish people moved in here. And I'm going to just be honest with you. Even though I'm not for that border being open, the Spanish people that are here, because I buy and sell properties, I'm an investor. They have raised a lot of property value, because when we was growing up, these areas was rental properties. It was low income housing. Now, bro, we was buying houses for 35 grand. And they Spanish people came here and bought the whole neighborhoods up, fixed those houses up. You can tell every house got a new roof, new windows.
Yep.
They have added value from the houses being purchased at 35 grand to selling for 181 now. Bruh, I'm not gonna lie. I've done well with property. And I told my daddy the other day, I said, whew, I'm so glad these Spanish people moved in this neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
So Emmanuel, I love that you're saying this, because I think the approach and the idea that we're trying to get to is that, you know, that stuff is gone, man. We can't keep rehashing this and reliving
This is
it.
Mississippi now. Thank you. We can't keep rehashing.
If something happens where we have a clear example that race was a component, let's all come together and address it. Nobody like racist people, whether you black or white. Nobody like that stuff. We ain't got no time for that. Like even the young man that I interviewed, Trayston, he's mixed. Javon, who's another friend that was in that friend group, he mixed.
I talked to him Friday.
And the church that the service was held at, I looked at I criticized Benjamin Crump and them over it, but I looked at the people, the leadership, everybody white, except for one black dude, and he married to a white woman.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear that none of this is still going on. And so the only reason that you would invoke something like that, which Benjamin don't live in Mississippi, he don't know what he's talking about. And the only reason to invoke that is to get national outrage so that he could raise money, in my opinion, to raise money, to get a payout, to do whatever he needs to do. He does not care. You know, these boys, like the reason that I interviewed him is because when I looked at it, I said, well, wait a minute. Nolan is gone. It's a tragedy. These boys appear to be his friends. If we don't have evidence that they did anything to him, why should they get death threats and get drugged through the mud? I think I look at these boys all as equal. I think Nolan is just as valuable as his friends, unless I have a reason to believe that that's not the case.
Right.
But
I was agreeing with the brother up until a certain point. So, you know, he's asking about the boys getting death threats. What about Nolan Wells' mom? He didn't say nothing about that. And yeah, of course, you know, this all around the world, races are starting to mix. But that does not mean racism is completely washed out. He says it. He's saying that there are still some racism amongst us, true enough. So it's not completely washed out. Now, I heard this man say something on his on one of his videos, Tatum. He's like, we don't live in a racist world no more. I don't know what rock he's been living under, because you see it every day on social media. You see it every day on social media. And this brother right here, all I can say to you is, if you have kids, man, and they have friends of the sort like Nolan Wells, and they go out with those friends, everybody comes back except for your child, you would do the same thing. And I wish he would say that he wouldn't. And I wish he would say that he would just accept the fact, accept what that sheriff said. It was an accidental drowning. He wouldn't accept that. Knowing that, like, all the stuff that his mom knew or the family knew beforehand, before she even, I guess, hired being with the phone all the way down to what the sheriff said in the beginning. If that happened to you, I bet you would have done the same thing. I know you would have.
All of his friends seem to be really good young men. They're all going to college. They seem like they've been raised by good families. So I wanted the young boys to have a voice to tell their side if they didn't have nothing to do with it. Now, if they guilty, I don't think they would have talked to me anyway. But the fact that they showed me evidence of certain things, I said, well, it's fair to get their side out there. What I thought was going to happen, Emmanuel, was I thought that the temperature would drop because Warren could come out and say, hey, just so you guys know, this is why I had the phone. Just so you guys know, this is why I did call Miss Christine at this time because I was worried about Nolan. I called the Coast Guard. We went after search.
We know why those boys talk to you. You're tied into that turning point some kind of way on the board. Somebody's daddy or granddaddy knew about you, and I really feel like they brought you in to try to be equal or more than Crump, because they figured, oh, they hired Crump. They finna play this race car thing. And you're gonna play that race car thing, we're gonna fight fire with fire. That's why they brought you in to interview them boys, and you know that.
For Nolan. Like, I thought that people would be like, oh, okay. All right.
Hey,
maybe these kids didn't.
I knew that's what you was doing because you know what? I did the same thing. That's what happened to me. I started dropping videos hoping that I could say something to calm the temperature down. Dude, I said this several times. I was just trying to do video and they started catching on. And of course, you see, I'm on your show and Don Lemon show, and they had me on Todd Stern talk show the other day. You know, that's what I thought was going to happen, man. I didn't think that it would get worse down here. And I'm going to tell you why it's getting worse. Everybody is so emotional. We live off of our emotions instead of logic. Straight up. And I think that's a lot of our community issue is living off of emotion.
Mm-hmm.
No facts on anything. People told me just today, I had a few people tell me today, man, if I was Elmore, I'd go and I'd do this and I'd do that. I said, why? El don't know who to go hit right now. He might have a suspicion or idea, but what, you want him to go to prison now for the rest of his life? And he got kids out here to raise? That's the mentality that's being pushed online. And it's constantly bleeding this sore. It's constantly open up a cancer, man. And it's getting big and it's snowballing. And here's what I see the biggest problem is. Outsiders, people that don't even live here in Mississippi, have injected themselves. They've driven down here 6 and 7 hours. I seen people drive 6 and 7 hours just to come to the funeral. And they said, this is history. People have been telling me that. I talked to two people, oh, this history here. Man, this ain't no game, man. This young man really lost his life. This ain't no, what do you mean this is history to come drive down here like you are collecting trophies here? You see what I'm saying? Man, this is a problem that I'm trying to prevent a war. They didn't march the Hebrew Israelites down the streets here in Ocean Springs. Okay. Now here's the thing about that. Say they march. I talked to the police officer, one of the captains, the same day they were down there. He told me, he said, he knew me. He said, we didn't have any problems. He said, the only problem was they did not get a permit to come down here and do it. He said, but they stayed at one spot. They didn't march down the streets. They did what they were supposed to do, and we had zero problem with the Hebrew Israelites. Now, here's the other thing. That opens up the door for the Klan to march down the same street. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So now once they start marching, and then the Hebrew Israelites want to start marching, and all of you spectators from the sideline who's driving in talking about, yeah, get them, and then shooting start out here, and then your kid get popped in the head. Now your kid died because you want to run down here and be an agitator. And Ben Crump want to run in here and start telling everybody in Mississippi how prejudiced this town is that we've been living in, that ain't nobody that got lynched in Mississippi that we knew for a fact was lynched by a white guy. I know they had one up on the campus, but ain't nothing come out of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We never find out who killed him.
Yeah, Emmanuel.
So that's what I was talking about. What he just said. They had that lynching up on that campus. Ain't nobody found out. They ruled it as a suicide. But Willie D said he seen the photos. Said the boy had bruises on him. You know, and of course, Mississippi, they said ain't had no problems. Of course, you ain't gonna have no problems. You're not gonna have no problems. Just as long as you stay in your place, everything will be fine. And that's what they're used to. That's how they're used to living. But once one of them get out of place, or what they call it, step out of line, oh, then it's a problem. And he's, you know, that Klan, they start marching through there or whatever. It could be. But here's my thought on this, and I thought about that. I said, the reason why I really kind of feel like the reason why they're holding on to this autopsy report, not releasing it, they're talking about taking it to the grand jury. I really feel like they're trying to prepare themselves because they're going to come out with something that's not in the Wells family's favor. And they feel like something's going to happen. Like they finna just tear it up down there. But they don't know that. But I really feel like they're trying to get get themselves like armed up and ready just in case something does happen like that, because we're gonna release this information and it's not gonna be accurate. It's not gonna be accurate. And he's from Mississippi. Small town. He said there's no problems. Yeah, because they'll tell you. As long as you stay in your place, we have no problem. But if one of y'all step out of line, then we got a problem. But them old good old boys, they can just be out one day and just find one of us and do what they want to do to us and get away with it. And this is what the thing that Crump is and everybody else is tired of. Here we got this 18-year-old kid getting ready to do big things, getting ready for college and all that stuff, and he just wanted to go out and have a good time with some friends, maybe meet up with it. We didn't meet up with the girl, a few girls. But for some reason, one of them did not like that, didn't like that. And they took his life. So they could take our life when they feel like it. And we're supposed to just shut up and take it. And being Crump, he has the right to go in there and say what he said. Because we shouldn't live like that. We're all human beings at the end of the day. Does not matter what color, creed you are. We're all human beings at the end of the day. So my rights should be just as equal as that man, that pale faced man. My rights should be just as equal as his. I should get treated just like that man. So he's used to that. You stay in your place, we won't have no problem. You get out of line, something's gonna happen. But then his kind can just decide to pick one of us one day and do something to us, and we're supposed to just not say anything about it.
I just
No.
wish that this could have been different. You know, and when I went down there, I was really hoping that why can't the families come together and talk? The thing that surprised me, because I thought no effort was made on either side. I was like, okay, I guess these people they got beef or something. But then when I went down there, I saw that Warren's stepmother reached out. Warren had a couple phone calls. Some of the other parents reached out. And I just wish that Benjamin Crump would have given advice as a responsible person that is acting in good faith to say, hey, let's communicate with their lawyers because we're not going to get their testimony from the police until the police is finished with the investigation. This could be months later. Well, how about we go lawyer to lawyer? Let's talk through this and figure out what do you know, what do we know, so we can get to the bottom of what could have happened. Because based on my research and the interviews I've done, Warren and the rest of these kids weren't there. They were gone on a boat. They showed me Life 360, GPS tracking. They had witness testimony. That girl, Katie, I seen her text message where she said that Nolan didn't get back on the boat. Like, so all this is showing me that these young men that were initially accused were gone. And there were people who saw Nolan afterwards. And I want us to focus on those people. You know what I'm saying? Like, who saw him then? Let's talk to these people because we're going in this direction with these young people that said that they already talked to the cops. They showed me all this stuff. It appears that they did leave, and we need to be focusing on somebody else.
Okay, shout out to what is it called? What's his name? Trent Out Loud. Shout out to Trent Out Loud. My man just said he got in touch with you, asked you for the metadata of those videos. He asked TMZ for the metadata of those videos. You said you had them. TMZ said you had them, and you never did send it to him. So how do we know that them videos are accurate? He said, let's get everybody together and see what they know. And I feel like if those boys had something to do with that, they were reaching out to Nolan Wells' mother to see how she was feeling about the situation. So they were trying to read it so they can kind of prepare themselves. And I'm glad she didn't answer that phone call. I'm really glad she didn't.
Either, unfortunately, he may have drowned or something happened, but there's other people out here that I feel like is not even being questioned because all the attention is on these people. And I wish that the two families would come together and say, what do you know? What do you know? What do you
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that because he said it was some black kids on the island, too. It's like, why are y'all not talking to them? Why are y'all not questioning them? I seen a few black people on there, but I don't think none of them had boats. They probably went down there on that island with somebody who had a boat. I don't think they would have had anything to do or had a reason to fight with Nolan. So that's why. But he said it was some black people out there on that island. And why are we not talking, or why they're not talking to them or accusing them? Because Nolan wasn't with them. They didn't have Nolan's phone. And it could be some other stuff that will prove that they had nothing to do with this situation. It's not a race thing. It's about what we are seeing, what is happening right now in real time. Like, this stuff is actually really happening. These boys went on their interview with you because they know you through somebody in that family, but they went on an interview with you. We found out that interview, people broke that interview down and found out that it was holes in it. We found out they was holding the phone. Now we starting to find out that somebody was used the face recognition to open the phone. And messages were being erased. So this is the reason why everybody's questioning those boys. And he knows that. And he keeps talking about these threats that they're getting and the family is getting, but not once have he said anything about Nolan Wells' mother getting threats Now she's being investigated by the nurses board or whatever that is. For what reason? I don't know. I'm thinking, hey, I thought she had her own business. Okay, however it goes. Maybe she didn't. She worked somewhere. But when you go through a situation like that, and you go to your boss, whatever, they usually tell you, "Hey, I'm so sorry. Take however much time you need." You probably get flowers and cards from different people. Never, we haven't heard that. All we know is she's getting bad reviews, and they talking about taking her license away for what? Why are they targeting Nolan Wells' mother like that? Because she wants to know what happened to her son. Why? I feel bad for her. I really do. I feel bad for the family. He said he was at the gym with his dad. He ran into the gym. He went to the gym and ran into Nolan Wells' father. And here we are a month later. Nobody knows. Nobody seen nothing. Nobody wants to talk. But this is supposed to be a tight knit community. And I'm pretty sure half of the people that know something, they probably are her patients or probably go to the same medical facility that she works at. And nobody wants to help her at all. And I said it earlier. Usually when things like this happen in those type of communities, they usually have like a retired police officer, a private investigator, and they'll be on the news. Yeah, I volunteered to try to help this family as much as I can. I've heard of nobody in this city volunteering or wanting to help this family. This guy's the only one that came out and said anything, but it really doesn't seem like he's too much for the family. So I don't know, man. I mean, you guys tell me what y'all think about it, but I mean, it's really getting sad because I know that lady, that family is really frustrated, and they are really wanting to find out what happened to Nolan. And I don't know. I've done like my past 3 or 4 videos has been about this situation, and nothing is changing. So I mean, all I can just rest in peace. I hope they find out. I hope they get to the bottom of it. And I really hope that it's not his friends. I really do because he considered them to be his true friends. So I'm hoping that it's not them. I'm gonna watch a little bit more of this interview, then I'm gonna go on to my next one. I mean, this Roland Martin is something else. Heard he got caught with a lady of the night.
And not get into a situation where it's a race war. And now you got people, and you said this, and you were right on point. And you said people are afraid that Benjamin is not gonna get no help out here because people are afraid. And what I was told was that there may be people that seen and know more, but they don't want to run the risk of saying, I saw him last, even though I didn't do nothing, I didn't have nothing to do with it, because then they may end up getting death threats and saying that they in some conspiracy. So that's not you didn't do the family right by doing this.
No, I truly believe, and I said this on Don's show yesterday, and I mentioned it last night, and I said I believe that Crump, if they could do over and they really wanted to look for justice, they would do things differently. I think their approach was wrong, and you're now alienating people that you need to help you on that island. But if they don't feel they're going to get treated right, going to get called racist and possibly shot and stabbed,
yeah,
they not coming forward. Because guess what? One of the guys told me, was it last Monday before last? He gave me an extra name that nobody has ever said. But he did. He was very influential in getting those people named to the police. It was one woman, it was a girl and a guy. And he said that they were the last 2 that was seen with Nolan on the island. And when he found that out, and this was a black guy, this was his friend that is a black guy. When he found that out, He convinced the guy that found that out to go to the police. And they went to the police with that information. Now, I don't know where that lead went to, but you're right. It was other people that name is or surrounded in a suspicious manner or whatever you might want to call it.
The boys told me a long time ago, back when I did this interview, they gave me a log of who was there, they showed me a lot of this stuff. Now, some of the stuff I didn't want to put to the public, but that the police officers knew about. Because what I didn't want to do is put people's name out there and then not be true, or they get slandered and I get sued over it. So
everybody's in sue mode right now, bro.
Huh?
Everybody's in sue mode down here right now.
I know, man. And, hey, it's gonna be some cross exchanges, man. That's gonna go on, and it never really had to happen this way. And I'm hoping that
it didn't have to happen this way.
I'm
on
hoping
both
everybody,
sides.
I'm hoping everybody kind of calm down and start communicate with each other. There's really no reason to not communicate at this point, or they can just put the guns down. You know, like you talking about suing them group, they finna sue y'all, and it's gonna be back and forth. Or y'all can just look at each other and say, let's just chill out on this, because I'm afraid of this, Emmanuel. And then I know we got to wrap. I'm afraid of this. I'm afraid that this scenario has been built up so heavily that when the results come out and it's not what people want it to be, meaning that it's racially and it's some crazy thing, they're not going to accept it. And it's going to be rioting. It's going to be turmoil.
I have said that so many times, bro. I said the problem is nobody's going to accept from either side whatever the outcome is. That's why I even said I don't even want to see the state's autopsy, because the parents most likely is not going to accept whatever they come up with. Let's see what the independent autopsy says. Well, the independent autopsy left us in awe. Worse than it was to me. It was worse than before we got the facts from the independent autopsy, because now you have left the world in limbo. You have left the parents in limbo. That told us zero, nothing. And then you say, okay, well, why the throat wasn't there? And why this wasn't there? Well, you find out that's kind of typical in autopsy, which that's what they told me. But, who they know, I don't know. But I'm going to say, I'm going to ask myself a question that I've been asked by everybody, because everybody want to know. What do I think happened? I know Sheriff Ledbetter. I met him through our congressman, Mike Ezell. He was a sheriff. I don't know if you've seen a video I cut in Mike Ezell's hair. I've been knowing him for a while. They asked me, well, do you think he would cover up? Like I told him, the man is a human being. He's flawed. He's not Jesus Christ. Yeah. I don't know what he'll do. So I would be crazy to just come out and say, no, he wouldn't do it. But here's what I'm going to say. As a person that know him, I don't think if he see foul play, I believe he's going to make an arrest.
Yes.
Number one, a case that's this high profile, it only boosts their career. He could literally run for governor off of this case if they solve it. You know what I'm saying? The FBI is involved. I just believe the FBI is willing to arrest the sitting judge. That will give them more money. And people next to me, do I think it's foul play? And as a person that has a platform, you just can't come out and say,
hey, he can run for governor and win if he had the right people behind him. If he make the right people get off, so that doesn't matter.
Your total opinion. Like, it's some things that I knew about that I have never once shared still to this day, because I don't think it's going to help anybody to know it. I don't think it's going to help the case. You know what I'm saying? The authorities know about it anyway, but I don't see the need to put it out to the public. Some things don't add up. It's a lot of things that do not add up in this case. It is a lot of things that do not add up. I have a lot of friends that go to that island. A lot of people talk about the big drop-offs. I had a friend out there this Sunday, and then he found his body. He didn't even know what was going on. He was just out there fishing with a friend. He like, that was going on the other side. We didn't even know it till we got back to shore. But he was telling me about, man, there's some big drop-offs out there. Could that have happened? Yes. But here's the one thing I got. Now, I heard you speaking on it, and I checked into it a little bit. That woman that pulled up the background noise talking, Janetta, or whatever her name might be, I can't remember. But Tatum, if that is true, it's a lot of people got a problem. And here's what I mean by that. She's not from here, so she don't know anybody's name. But yet she said Bart, and it was a Bart out there. So it might be a little credence to what that woman found on that tape. And
well, let me, Emmanuel, let me throw this in here because I saw they sent me a video of that interaction, and it leads two things. It leads me to believe that there's no credence to that tape because I think people are experiencing confirmation bias. When you do that and you put a transcript there, you are telling people what they need to hear. If she just put it out with no transcript and say, "What are you hearing this?" I don't think people will hear that because, and let me tell you why. Two people have come out and said they've seen Nolan after the boat left. They sent me a video that I have in my possession right now that shows the boat while it's getting towed with Wyatt on the phone. I don't want to implicate some people. I cannot confirm or deny people were drunk. Okay. I cannot confirm or deny people were.
Hey, that's a bunch of crap because the videos that we seen, we don't see Nolan. And then why, if he has this video of Nolan being drunk, he would have put it out there. So like I said, Trent, shout out to Trent Out Loud. He messaged him. If you go on Trent Out Loud's page and watch his video, he messaged him and said, send me the metadata of those videos. He asked TMZ about the metadata of those videos. TMZ put it on him. He said that he had to get with the boys to get the metadata, but he told TMZ and he told Nancy Grace that he had the metadata. But then he told Trent that he had to get with the boys on it. And they still haven't, and he still haven't sent that metadata to Trent. So Trent called him out, told him he was a liar, called TMZ out, called them liars. So no. And like he said, he has a video or he saw a video of Nolan. So where's the video at, bud? You're the only person that's seen this video. And if he was out, if he was drunk like that, oh, that video would have been out there. It would have been out there.
Were drunk off on that boat. And so now it makes sense to me of all that noise in the background. I'll add this. People were having so much fun that people on Bart's boat, because I can see it, it pans Bart boat, everybody on Bart boat, all the way through everybody was on Wyatt's boat. Everybody.
Did you see Nolan
is nowhere. Nolan is nowhere there. And even if like the stuff that they're claiming that they're saying, I just can't. I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened. But it doesn't appear that was consistent. It's a bunch of kids on that boat talking all kind of crazy, and they're having a good time. And some kids on Bart boat don't even know that the other boat is having issues, and they're laughing and joking about it. Like, is that what? So it's not even a pandemonium situation on that boat, like it sounds in that video. What I think they're hearing is a bunch of people having a good time, loud, yelling at stuff, calling out stuff, delusional. They don't know if it's sinking. They think they playing. People trying to get from one boat onto the other boat, yelling. And that's what when I see the video, and I'll show you the video. I just can't put it in public because there's people's faces on it. But when I see the video, I see Wyatt on the phone, and then the two witnesses said that they saw Nolan afterwards, at around 6, which would be like an hour and a half after this happened. It lead me to believe that maybe, just maybe, what she put out there was not as genuine. But I'm gonna let you.
We everybody has heard different versions of that audio, and for damn sure you can hear, "Oh my God," you can hear Nolan, and you can hear "Wake the F up." Some stuff I can't really hear or make out, but those are very clear that "Oh my God" comes from a lady's voice, a woman's voice, or I guess you could say a teenager, kid, lady, girl. Those you can hear very clearly. It doesn't sound like they're having fun, like he's stating. Now he's saying he can't put the video out because people's faces are on there really clear. Well, these are the faces of the people that's in question. So why can't you put it out? And like I said, if anybody would have had a video of Nolan being wasted like that, it would have been out there. So he can't sit there and tell me and say that, man. Not now. He cannot say that he got a video or he's seen a video of Nolan being wasted. Really?
Finish, and then we got to wrap. So I want to make sure you get your point out because I think I kind of jumped in. What were you saying about like your feelings on that topic?
Okay, I'm gonna say this, but I heard, to piggyback off something you just said about people, because she had put the words up there, it can tell a person what to think about that. But I heard one guy saying, "Look at him, he's standing over a body with blood on side of the boat," and I'm like, "How do you see blood on side of the boat?" Bruh, when I tell you this story is so big and so wild, everybody's talking about it and coming up with their own stuff. But if that video that she did isn't true, I don't have no other evidence or anything. Nobody else is saying anything. But I will say it's some suspicious behaviors around it, because here's what I was trying to tell people. They were like, well, the sheriff did this and the sheriff came out and said it wasn't no foul play. Well, from my understanding, at the initial time they found his body, the sheriff, they only reported on what they thought they saw was a drowning. And people, y'all have to give credence to that and understand that. They thought it was a drowning. So they come back and say, hey, it was a drowning. But it wasn't until Christine started calling around. This is how I got it. Start calling around, say, hey, what happened to my son? What happened to my son? What happened to my son? And now mom is the word. Everybody then went quiet on her. And then she started hearing people lawyered up, people driving off, his cell phone deal, that got wiped, they saying, the car keys, the car. It was so much around it that created a suspicion to the father and the mother, which is understandable. And now the sheriff had already put out his statement hours prior, a day prior. So now it's like, we're in a rock and a hard place. Who walks what back? And now it's all messed up. And now you got Crump coming in, this big machine, because he has a machine behind him. And right now he's just pulling Christine them along, taking them all over on this tour and doing whatever they doing. And I don't even think that she did have no clue what was all entailed and involved in this stuff. Because it ain't like her son dying every day. You signing on to somebody you think can possibly give you some answers and some help. That's all she was doing with him, but she didn't know what she was dealing with. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, he said that the sheriff came out and said that it was a drowning. But then the mom started asking questions and all this stuff right there. He said it was kind of impossible for the sheriff to walk that back. Why not? Why couldn't the sheriff come back on the media and explain, hey, we got it wrong. It seems to be a little more than a drowning. We're looking into it, investigate it, and we'll get back in touch. They hadn't said nothing else about it. So if it would have been anybody else, and you know what I'm talking about, they would have done that. It appears to be a drowning. And then if it seems like it's more than that, they would have came back to the media. Seems like it's a little bit more than that. We're gonna investigate it to the best that we can. Use our resources to find out what it was, and we'll let y'all know. And none of that has been said.
Yeah,
Instead, everybody's getting threats now. What is it? Warren's father is putting up rewards, not with man Crump now, he just got his own reward set out there. And I don't know, I'm thinking that he has his own number with that reward. Cause I'm thinking maybe somebody will go to him and get that information. They'll get that information. They gonna get it and put their spin on it before they take it to the police. That's the way I feel. If he has his money set aside, not with, because I just seen something today and it only says 100 and what 125,000. So that was already put out there from Tyler Perry and some other people. If he would have put his money out there, it would have been 175. But he got his money set aside. And then the tip line. A lot of people are saying the tip line is going to the judge's office, which is his wife.
That machine
That
is a
don't seem
machine.
right.
I agree to that, and my initial thoughts was that too. I just worry that he comes in on these families who are struggling and they want answers and they're dealing with a lot, and he comes in and say, "We're gonna get your answers," and that makes a family feel like, all right,
I need to go
somebody
with
gonna
you.
make sure that my
Got my
son don't
back.
go invisible on this thing. But
Right.
he got another agenda. Like
Right.
in my
Right.
opinion, he gets. I would like to know.
Mine
This
too.
is what I would like to know. How much money is he getting paid in this thing? Because the GoFundMe is X. He ain't doing it for free. How much money what percentage is he taking off of GoFundMe? How
I believe Al Sharpton and Ben Crump said that they wasn't taking a dime. I believe don't quote my words, but I really think that they said they were not taking a dime from this situation. I believe our money is going towards this investigation. So I don't think they're getting anything. And what does that matter if they are? What does that matter if they are getting paid from it? So I don't know what his question is. I really don't. And I don't think that they came in to stir things up. They came in to help this lady, this family, find out what happened to their son. Just like you came in to try to help clear them boys' name. You the one that brought the racial stuff into it because right now it's something you have against Crump. It's something, excuse me, I said Trump, but excuse me, Crump. It's something that you have against that man because he said earlier, you go back and watch, he says, hey, I would never say nothing else about the family again. About Nolan Wells' mother, nothing. But on the other hand, Crump, he's fair game. So what do you have against this man?
How much
It's
percentage is he
crazy.
taking off of doing the autopsy? You got to think it's like a business. I'm sure he's marking it up. I'm sure he's telling the family, well, this is how much it costs for the autopsy. I guess Colin Kaepernick paid for it and the funeral was paid for. Well, then the GoFundMe money, is that going to go all to the family? Or
I believe it's going to the investigation. I don't think all people think like you, sir. That man is really trying to help this family. So, I mean, I'm really getting tired of this. I'm really getting tired of watching this guy, man, because he's and I don't know what's going on with Buddy right here, man. Like if I was that family, I would stay clear away from him, and I wouldn't be telling him nothing. No, I wouldn't be anything that they come up with. I wouldn't be telling this guy nothing, man. At first, I thought he was all right. You know, I seen him on the Don Lemon show, and I'm like, oh man, they bashing him, man, and I don't think they should be. But now I see why Don was talking to him like that. So I'm fixing to get off this guy, man. We're gonna go on to this other thing. Uh, rest in peace, Nolan Wells. What was it, Tyler Smith, Daniel Erving. Rest in peace to you guys. But I'm tired of watching them, man, because I mean it just they're talking crazy. I don't even understand what the GoFundMe money got to do with being Crump. I don't understand that. But I want to go and get into this. Let me see. It's a guy. Shout out to Point and Shoot. I don't know if I can react off of his video. I tried to do a reaction off his video one time, and it wouldn't play. I mean, it would play, but the sound wouldn't come out. He had blocked it some kind of way. Here it is. But all right, so these people. Hold on, let me try to get it up.
The girl who
So these people is playing. Okay. Tasha K and Poetic Flacco. I guess Roland Martin is trying to sue them because allegedly, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't want to get in the mix. I don't want nobody trying to sue me, but I'm just gonna react out because it's crazy. Roland Martin has got caught with a lady the other night. And the way they explain it, they say they got pictures and everything. But the way they explaining it, they say, oh, Roland like that freaky stuff. They say he had his legs all cocked up, looked like he had a tiger thong on. And the lady of the night was putting some fingers where they don't belong. So let's get to it.
Auntie Tasha K, they're in serious trouble, and they're currently in extreme danger of being sued for exposing Roland Martin's genitals.
the girl who shot the of Roland Martin in her house, in her bedroom, that's who you need to sue. That's
So let me just explain what's going on here. So once upon a time, there was a Pyru named Jack 100. And Jack 100 is the guy that's always seems to get in possession of someone's gay male sex tape.
What?
This really is. This is what he's known for. He's known for handling and possessing sex tapes that aren't out yet, that haven't dropped. And so he's at it again. And Jala got this footage of Roland Martin's revenge corns. And this is really serious. So he got this from Jack.
Representative, okay? So the representative hits up Wack 100, asking Wack 100 to expose Roland Martin's relations with Shakola Thompson.
So Jack 100 gave it to Jala. He loves to give stuff to Jala to disseminate by proxy. He uses Jala's channel as his personal propaganda machine, okay? So Jack gets these videos, and then he hits up his nephew Jala, and he says, we gonna run this content. We doing what we supposed to do. And Jala is licking his chops, okay? And then so Jala just starts disseminating a detailed description of this corn.
I didn't really take it seriously. And then they sent over proof. And this is where things got real. When they sent over proof of everything they are accusing Roland Martin of doing. So in the first video I received, Roland Martin is laid flat on his back on top of pillows.
So he goes on to just fully just describe and narrate everything that's going on in the photos and videos. And I think he thinks that that's insulating him from liability or something. He thinks that as long as he's not showing the actual content, that he's free from liability, but that's just not true. And that's what's so crazy about this. Because even though he didn't actually show the images, he still exposed himself to a public disclosure claim, okay? And we don't want Jala exposing himself.
What?
Okay?
That's Jala is my
That was Peter
$2,500 for the
Venkman.
box.
So I want to show you this. This is the 4 elements needed to prove a case against Jala and Tasha K. And it checks every box. Look at this. Number 1, public disclosure. Yes, they did it in public. Number 2, was the information disclosed private? Yes, it was. Number 3, was it highly offensive to a reasonable person? Absolutely it was. And number 4, was it not a matter of legitimate public concern? No, it wasn't. Now, if these images were already out and they were describing the images that were already out and that were publicly available, then they may have an argument for that one, I think. But if you're the one breaking it, if you're taking something that was private and making it public, when there was no interest around it to begin with, there needs to be interest around it first. It needs to be out first and then you talk about it. But this is going to open them up to getting sued. I have a very strong feeling there will be a sue. And I mean, this could be expensive. We're talking M's. And so I want to play this clip of Jala on the Tasha K program. Tasha K invited him on because, after all, he's the one who sent her the tapes.
in the pictures, okay? I give you, without further ado, Poetic Flacco. Welcome to the
Hey, listen, man.
Oh my God. This is so bad. He's throwing his hands up and saying, hey. I mean, this is insane. Now, I'm not going to lie, Jala's looking pretty good. He's looking like he's losing a lot of weight.
What?
It looks like he is either doing Ozempic or the surgery was real.
Frederick Jala is
He
my real
paid
name.
$2,500 for the
You
box.
know, I don't think the surgery was real. I think that he may be on a GLP. And he's looking buff as fuck. Look at these pythons here.
What?
He's got the big old, he looks like Booker T. And he's got these buff ass pecs and they're eating up his shirt in the front. His shirt's like stuffed up underneath his pectorals.
What?
No wonder he's addicted to prostitutes. So Jala's never looked better. Let's keep going.
I feel so honored. Yo, listen, man, listen. First of all, yo, I got all the women in my life watch Tasha K. So right now, I'm finally famous. You feel me? I'm finally famous, man. Shout out to all the women in my life, man. I have gotten so much flack, man, but I feel like history has been on my side for being a Tasha K stan, okay?
My Saturday. You ruined my Saturday when I received the photos, and I want us to describe them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to take a second to ask members of the jury to please focus on the humiliating fashion and delivery that this was disseminated. They're describing in detail what's going on in these videos, and they're laughing about it. They're making jokes. Thousands of people are laughing and making jokes about it now because of these two. And I just really feel sorry for the family of whoever they're talking about.
What?
But anyways, yeah, this is extremely serious. They're going to get sued, and I want to keep going with this. Look, listen to how embarrassing this is for this guy. This
Because
is
I don't
very
want people to think,
suable.
oh no, they making this up. First of all, I've already spoken to his lawyers.
Yeah.
Okay. His lawyer did say that if anybody posts the pictures and videos, they will be suing.
Yeah.
They do have a case on that. That is called revenge porn. Okay.
Yeah.
So we cannot divulge those videos or those pictures.
Yeah.
But what we can say is that his team told me verbatim, that is him. Him and his wife are working through it.
So Tasha K says that she was talking personally to this guy Roland's lawyers, and I'm over here like, wait, shouldn't your lawyers be talking to his lawyers?
What?
Why are you talking to his lawyers? Jala should be very careful when dealing with a host like Tasha K, who has this tacky show where she just spreads false rumors and gets sued for it and loses. She's bankrupt for getting sued.
What?
The hell does Jala think he's doing? Is he just trusting that Tasha K and her quote unquote lawyers know what they're doing here? I mean, if they knew what they were doing, why is Tasha K sued into oblivion? Was this the same counsel that gave the okay on the Cardi B stuff that got her sued into bankruptcy? Because I'm curious about that. Or does she think that she's too judgment proof to worry about getting sued for this? She probably thinks that Roland's lawyers are going to tell Roland, like, look.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Point and Shoot once again. Point and Shoot. This is his content, not mine. I don't want him to strike me. He on his page, he say nobody's safe. So once again, this is his content. I'm just reacting to
Look,
it.
we're not going to get any money. Even if we win, we probably won't get any money out of her. So what's the point in all these attorney's fees to sue when you're not going to get anything out of it? Well, Jala's a different story.
Frederick Jala
He
is my
paid
real name.
$2,500 for the box.
He's got $2,500 for the box. I know he's got at least 25 mil for the disclosure. So let's keep
Well,
going.
I've seen those pictures, but now I'll be real. As a man, I did not know that penis got that small.
Listen, now I wanted to tell people this. I wanted to tell this is obviously a medical condition.
It's massive compared to Roland Martin's. Yo, Diddy, nah, man. Like if you got a woman who can tolerate you for
Wait a minute. This man said he didn't know that. I thought he said panties, but I think he said penis got that small. Hold on. Let's see if he said that.
Condition.
It's massive compared to Roland Martin's. Yo, Diddy.
Let's keep
Well,
going.
I've seen those pictures, but now I'll be real. As a man, I did not know that penis got that small.
Listen, now I wanted to tell people this. I wanted to tell this is obviously a medical condition.
It's massive compared to Roland Martin's. Yo, Diddy. Nah, man. Like if you got a woman who can tolerate you for 21 years and you got that, the least you owe her is some type of loyalty, bro. You got no business stepping out if you got that.
So Jala is describing and ridiculing this guy's body in compromising sexual position. I mean, this is really, didn't he just, you know what? I want to point something out here. Didn't Jala recently try to get Munchie B put in jail for revenge porn? And now Jala's doing the same thing.
What?
This is the same thing. He's making content out of someone's revenge porn.
Munchie B has harassed me. He has posted revenge porn of me.
And just because he's not showing it, Munchie didn't show any private areas either. He just showed a photo that was taken in a private setting that had a reasonable expectation of privacy. And Jala tried to have Munchie B's freedom taken away because of that. And now Jala's doing the same thing.
What? I don't want my daughter.
If y'all never heard of this point and shoot guy, man, y'all need to go and check out his content because he be like all on Poetic Flacco. I don't know what he did to this guy, but he be on Poetic Flacco and all them that no jumper cast. I mean, he be like he talk about Flacco so bad, man. He had me rolling, man. I was laughing so hard I almost threw up, man. If y'all haven't heard of him, go check out his content. It's called Point and Shoot.
Just growing up and having to read articles and see a narrative that I engage in revenge porn, and I'm responsible for exploiting, intimidating, and profiting off of this woman is not gonna happen. Hey, listen, man.
Let me pull the pictures up, and I'm gonna describe the pictures as I'm looking at them.
Yeah.
But I have the right to do that, so I'm not legally doing anything that's illegal.
Of course.
I've already talked with my lawyers as well. So, but we still gonna talk about it. So the pictures are, hold on real quick. Make sure we got almost 7,000 people in here, guys.
Yeah.
Please make sure you are liking this video. Please.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So she's asking for engagement in return for this content. So she's using this man's body, this man's the darkest hour of his life to promote her business.
And then he has, of course, hair, and then he has on a G-string, but it has a cuff. And I thought it was leopard print at first, but it looks like army fatigue or money. Diamonds in it. He got fur pillows. His legs is like this.
Peep the leg position too. Peep the leg position. That's somebody
is like this.
Wide open.
She's inserted like
to leverage that booty up a little bit more so she could get inside faster.
Put it like this. He was in birthing position.
You know, the more I look at the Jala, the more I get scared that his face and his neck area and his head is all going to shrink and his body's going to stay the same.
What? Jala is my real name.
So, so Jala not only went on Tasha K and did this, he also did this on his own platform.
His head is hitting the backboard. His arms is like spread out. He has his left leg sitting up. He has his other leg laid towards the side. As the woman Shakola is in between his, like she's laying sideways in between his legs. She has two fingers going in his butthole as the other finger is stroking his genitalia. And the good brother, Roland Martin, he's taking it like a G.
So Jala and Tasha K, I think, believe that they aren't going to have anything to worry about as far as a defamation claim because this guy's a public figure and it would be very, very difficult for him to prove defamation as a public figure. So I think that they think that that's all they need to worry about.
Now, we're not in a business to, slander you or defame you or make up things about you, but we can run our story the way we want to run our story because I don't pay into no journalism society.
But what they may have overlooked is this.
Hey, isn't this the lady that Cardi B sued right here? Because of the content she ran on Cardi B, and she finna get sued again. I think that's what he said in the beginning of this video. Like she had to file for bankruptcy. That's crazy, and she's doing it again. That is crazy, man. I don't know. I mean, I guess when they feel like it's content, they finna get paid off of it. They gonna run it.
This other tort, which is public disclosure of private facts, and this was if I'm offended by this, by the way. And I'm not sure what Jala was thinking, especially when it's like against YouTube's guidelines. Like if he were to get mass reported for this, like for bullying and harassment, his channel might get zapped. Like you never know. So for him to be engaging in something so dangerous like this is psycho to me. So thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on the next one.
Oh yeah, so man, that's
folks. We continue to
and he came on right after it. That's crazy. Yeah, man, they said that he got caught letting a female play with his behind, man, with his butt, man. That's crazy. And then Flacco, he gonna say something about the penis size. He the one that really want to be looking at that too, huh? All right, so hey, I'm gonna get into this and nothing. I've been on here almost 4 hours, man, talking about nothing. But I do wanna talk about this what Wack 100 said about Future, what he did to Future. That was crazy. And we all know, I don't know if everybody's saying that Wack is a federal informant because of the stuff he be doing. And it seems like it because I don't see any person that's in the streets or from the streets would go on a major platform and be talking street stuff like he's wanting to get people in trouble. Even when you're being interviewed about that stuff, man, you know, you don't have to answer those questions, man. But they get on these major platforms and be talking about this street stuff like nobody's listening, and it's crazy. So I'm gonna bring up one incident when I'm talking about him where he got it seemed like he was like he told the FBI or somebody, he told the police, hey, you know what? Y'all need to tune in at 12 o'clock because I got somebody that's gonna be running some good content. I got something that's gonna put people away for good. So he had this guy right here, this loose cannon guy.
Nipsey.
I'm just gonna run this little play right here. But he had this loose cannon guy go on No Jumper, and you know, No Jumper is a big platform. I think he got like over 1 million subscribers. But Wack had this guy go up here and tell this story about Nip. So the whole story is what I know or what I think I know is that the person he was trying to get in trouble was Big U. Big U is supposed to be the big deal, or maybe the head of the Rolling 60s, just some kind of big guy in LA. And some people are saying he did this to Wack did this to try to take that spot. Some people said that he did this to take a spot of another situation because they said Big U had a some kind of non-profit organization to try to keep the young kids out the streets or joining gangs, and they say the government was giving them like big money, like millions of dollars for this organization. So I don't know. Some people were saying that he tried to do this to get Big U out the way to get control of that organization, but he had this guy and he coached him. He told this guy basically talking him into telling this situation about Nip and Big U. And like I said, if he was from the streets, man, he wouldn't be doing this because this is a big platform, over 1 million subscribers. And I think a few months later, after this story was told right here, the police went in and arrested a whole bunch of those Roland 60 Crips. So let's check this out. And then I'm going to go to the part where he was telling somebody online that he had a run in with Future. Hold on.
What's up? He was like, oh, what's up with him? He FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. That's some weird shit.
So
and
this guy is talking about he was on the phone with Big U. Now check this out.
Answering the phone because I'm trying to pull up on him. Like, bro, you got to come and see me. And then it's like we were doing a TV show like a while back, right? And I'm on a phone. He FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, sick. So I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered.
Look how he's talking to him, man. Look at how he's talking to him and trying to get him to get deeper into this conversation. Look at this.
Answer the phone. And I was like, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got? Or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it. And that's what fucked me up because my cousin is Nipsey baby mama. You get what I'm saying? So it was like, I could have probably stopped it, or it had it.
Stop what? Fuck you mean? That fuck you talking about?
No, because listen. So after I talked to Nipsey, and I was like, "Yeah, I love you, cuz," or whatever like that. I see you later, or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey, and so I'm like,
wait. You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
Yeah.
You panic, called Nip. Nip answered the phone.
Yeah, and
you
we
like
were just
okay,
talking on regular. So
regular.
it's like at the end of the day, I didn't even think about it because
You don't even warn him that you got that call from dude.
No, because their relationship was so fucked up. It'd be like they be hot one minute, then they be cold the next minute, and then they be lukewarm. Like you
And
just
30 minutes after you get out the phone with Nip, he get killed.
Yeah, I got it.
So
all
you
on
think
the
he hit
TV
you
show.
a little too early?
Yep, he hit me a little bit too early because the homie Shitty double back 3 times. You get what I'm saying? And first he shot him, boom, go into the alley, came back and shot him, boom. It wasn't good enough. And then he came back and he shot him again. But now it's like
how did he know?
Yeah, no, but
that's crazy.
It's deep. So it's like, I don't know who to trust.
Now let me ask you a question. I heard this. I don't know how true it is. I heard that Shitty and Nipsey had a fight.
Yeah, they had
prior to a couple weeks before that.
They had a fight like a week before that when they had a fight. You know, Shitty ain't known for fighting.
Yeah, not at all.
He known
Not at
for
all. Yeah.
doing.
But I'm saying, why is he sitting up there telling this street business on this big platform, and Wack 100 is letting them do that? It's something behind it. It seemed like he maybe told the police or somebody like, "Hey, y'all get y'all pen and pads ready, cause I got something for you." But they said a few months later, that's when the police started rounding up all them boys and got them, and they still got Big U, and they arrested a lot of people. And it's something that he got online again talking about what happened between him and Future, and said that Big U was behind it. But I don't understand, like, why would they get on these platforms talking the street business? Now, this one guy on here, you know, when you on these platforms, you can go and do your little interviews and everything, and that's cool. Get your money. But when you're getting asked these questions that you know is street business that could possibly get somebody in trouble, don't say nothing or just tell them next question. So I pulled up this guy right here, man. I watched his interview, and he did exactly the right thing when he was asked one of them police asked questions. Check this out. Hold on. Let me get to it. So Adam asked him one of the most crazy ass police ass questions, and watch what my man do.
Style develops though, because to me he's like definitely one of my favorite rappers coming out of LA, and I feel like the more shit that you guys end up doing together, like I don't know, somehow I feel like that could be like a really great dynamic duo.
For sure. Hell
Like I could imagine y'all going on tour together and shit, you know?
Yeah, because he be talking crazy, I be talking crazy too. The shit he be saying, I be like on the dead homies. And then I feel like we'll challenge each other in the studio too. Because I hear him talking crazy, all right, now I'm finna pull out this. And then he see me talking like this, now he pulling out this. So now we just like keep like, yeah, that would be dope though, for sure. Yeah.
He's got a big vision too. I could tell that he wants to do like great things with his career. He don't want to just be a regular ass rapper.
Yeah, he doing. Yeah, he different too. Cause he different. He don't be posting like that. You see, nigga made a video, wasn't even in it.
Right. You
What
ever
the
been?
fuck, bro?
No, you ever been to San Pedro?
Who the fuck you think he is, bro? That nigga made a video, wasn't in it.
You
Yeah, I've been to San Pedro.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I've been to San Pedro.
I used to go out there and ride bikes all the time, so it's kind of crazy to me that he's from there because I never even knew that was a place that had street shit going on like that.
Yeah, they go up. Okay.
Definitely. So, okay, I saw this video that alleged that it was you involved in this crazy ass shootout. What was that situation? Maybe it might not have been you. I'm not 100% sure.
Hey, my man looked at him like, "You crazy fool, what the hell you asking me that for?" But he did the right thing. He don't want to talk about no, you know what I'm saying? And that's how it's supposed to be. I don't understand why these cats get on these big platforms and start talking street business. I guess that's why a lot of them are incarcerated now. That's crazy. But my man did the right thing. I just wanted to show you that part right there. But I want to let's watch this, and I'm gonna get off of here. So Wack, okay, here's Big U right here, but Wack gets on this platform.
You can find it
on somebody's platform. I don't know where he was, but he get on this platform and he starts talking about Future owed somebody some money, and he knew who that person was. And they seen Future at the airport, and they ran down on him. So I mean, I just don't understand why would you get on these platforms and talk like that? You know what I'm saying? Because this stuff can really get you in trouble. But the thing about it is, a lot of people are in trouble behind some stuff that he said and other people said, but mainly him. He's like encouraging this stuff, but he's free, and a lot of them are locked up. Check this out.
on Google where them niggas that beat the shit out of Future in the security. Future ran out to LA Club. Google Future gets rushed in LA Club. They was on him. That's why they was on him. Talking about Trick from Detroit. Nah, Trick from Detroit. So, that's broke, right? So all I know is, we always knew who owed somebody some money. So when we leave and we going to Atlanta, you know that story I tell Rich about when Big U said, Wack, catch this flight with me, I want to show you something. And he took me out there and took me to the Four Seasons. He said, I'm going to turn this out to the 60s. They got a blood neighborhood around the corner. You could turn that out. And I said, nigga, you tripping. I went back to the airport and left. It was that trip. That was the trip. We on that red-eye Delta flight. Same one I used to always catch lunch young off on. Right. So the nigga, when we come through, Big U he say, little bro, is that the nigga? I look. I said, that's something shooter, bitch. I said, hey, Future, come here, let me holler at you. You know when you first come through, when you grabbing your shit off the conveyor belt on the other side of security? So that nigga start trotting through that motherfucker. Lead a bitch. I'm trotting right behind him. We on the Delta side, right? It ain't number one flight leaving that night going to Atlanta, right? All the other red eyes on the American side. So the nigga breaks right and runs into the thing that connected to the plane, but it wasn't no plane. The nigga throws the phone. When I pick the phone up, it's another reason why Future ain't gonna say nothing, because I'll make the homie come on Clubhouse and tell the truth. He know. Right? I pick the phone up. He say, bro, I say, what's up? He say, what's the problem? I say, oh, the homie. He said, who? I tell him. He said, what he owe him? I said, his light ain't nothing but a dime, but he owe him. He played him. Nigga been ducking him. He say, Wack, my word, I sent it in the morning. Give me his wire. My word is on me. I got business with that nigga. Let him be. He said, let him be. I said, all right, you got that. I dropped the phone on the ground and walked back out. He sent Trick his money the next day.
See, that's crazy, man. That's some police stuff, and Wack is on these platforms talking this, just telling his business. And a lot of people that he talked about are incarcerated, but a lot of them got on these platforms and started telling on themselves, but they are all incarcerated. But I don't understand, man. I really believe he is an informant, because he tells a lot of stuff. If you ever catch any of his interviews, he talk a lot of crap, man. He's not arrested for none of this stuff. I just don't understand it. That's crazy. But oh boy, you see what I was telling you? I think that dude's name is X4 or something like that. But you see, he kept it solid. He didn't say nothing. He was asked one of them old police questions and just kept it solid, man. But shout out to Future, man. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, it's messed up. But shout out to Future, man. And I ain't been on here like 4 hours talking about this Nolan Wells thing, and yeah, I'm finna get off. But man, I really do hope that the Wells family, Christina and I can't it was Elroy, whatever is the daddy. I really hope that they get the justice that they deserve, because I said, man, buddy was just going out on the 4th of July, just wanting to have a good time, and I don't understand why he had to be taken. I don't understand that. I don't know if it was over jealousy. I don't know if it was over just somebody just picking at him. I don't know. I don't know, but I really hope they get the justice they deserve. And we don't know what's happening. We can't point fingers right now, but a lot of a lot of this stuff is pointing towards those boys that he was supposed to be with. Their stories aren't adding up. The Bart guy said he wasn't there, then all of a sudden he was. That phone call. Like I said, I hear Nolan's name and I hear oh my God and I hear I think is he dead or something like that. I hear that. A lot of it I can't really hear what they're saying, but you can for sure hear Nolan and oh my God and is he dead? So I don't know what they talking about. The Tatum guy said they was talking about batteries being dead. I don't know. But I really wish, they would get the justice they deserve. I hope that they are fair in this situation. I hope that that coroner is fair, and I really hope that they sent that to the grand jury, that autopsy to the grand jury, because there is, evidence of foul play. I hope that grand jury is fair. I hope they do a really thorough investigation, because it really does seem like something happened here. I just don't think that he just drowned. And I don't know. They said there's a lot of drop offs over there, but there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people out there. And if it was that dangerous, do you think they would be in the water? All those people were in the water. So I don't know. I know something happened to them, but we just don't know who did it. And it really would be awesome if them boys didn't have anything to do with him. I hope that they didn't. But we'll never know until everything comes out. So I'm getting out of here, man. Hopefully, I'm gonna try to hit another live, man. Maybe this weekend, something like that. But I just want to say rest in peace to Nolan Wells, Tyler Smith, Daniel Erving. I really want to get into what happened to them other two guys. Tyler Smith, they said he was unalived at a party. Daniel Erving, I think he drowned too, or they said he did. Something happened. I don't know, but it was him being around water and with some friends. So I want to get into that and check that out too, because nobody's talking about them. Everybody's focused on Nolan Wells. But I just want to say rest in peace to those guys. Love and condolences to the family. And yeah, I'm fixing to get off, man. I've been on here for like 4 hours. We just been talking about Nolan Wells. We actually got into a little bit of something else, but I don't know what's going on with Roland Martin and why he would do that to his wife. That's unnecessary. But hey, you guys have a good one. I really appreciate you rocking out with me. And if you get a chance, man, hit the subscribe to the channel. Be a part, just coming up part of the J Crew. But I'm out. I've been on here for 4 hours. I'm fixing to get off, man. So y'all have a good rest of y'all's evening. Stay safe. God bless.